Chapter 2278. Yi Xian was furious. Why? He had just received news that Tianqi had gone to the Monster Sky clan alone. Obviously, Tianqi did not want to implicate them. Yi Xian did not care about the ancient demon king. He turned and disappeared into the horizon. Not far away, the ancient demon king frowned. In the next moment, he seemed to have received some news and disappeared on the spot. In the starry sky, Yi Xian found Dao Ling, Shi Tian, and Jun Xie. Dao Ling said, "We did not expect him to go to the Monster Sky clan alone." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Let's go to the Monster Sky clan." After saying that, the brothers disappeared into the starry sky. On the way, Dao Ling's face was ugly. "Brother Yi, heaven has abandoned him." Yi Xian looked into the starry sky and said softly, "I hope we can make it in time." After saying that, the brothers suddenly sped up. Before long, they arrived at the Monster Sky Sacred Territory. The Monster Sky Sacred Territory was the lair of the Monster Sky clan. As soon as they entered the Monster Sky Sacred Territory, Yi Xian and the others were locked on by several terrifying divine senses. The aura of a reincarnation walker. Yi Xian looked into the starry sky coldly. In the next moment, he opened his palm and the sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Pust! The sword radiance tore the sky apart and slashed into the starry sky in the distance. Boom! Suddenly, a sword radiance exploded in the distant starry sky. Then, a fist mark streaked across the starry sky and headed straight for Yi Xian and the others. A vicious glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He gently pushed with his thumb. Buzz! A sword suddenly flew out from the scabbard. Rumble! The fist mark was shattered by the sword. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian coldly. "You are Yi Xian." Yi Xian's expression was calm. "Where is Tianqi?" A wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. "You can't even protect yourself, yet you still care about that bastard?" Yi Xian glared at the middle-aged man. "You keep saying that Tianqi is a bastard. Damn it. What about the Fey celestial race? Bastard? Or a son of a bitch?" The middle-aged man flew into a rage. "How dare you insult the Fey Sky clan? You!" At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Boom! A wave of sword light suddenly slashed at the middle-aged man. Rumble! As the sword light shattered, the middle-aged man instantly retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. As soon as he stopped, his body split open and blood sprayed everywhere. Meanwhile, another ray of sword light slashed over. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and a terrifying force swept out from his body. Rumble! The sword light shattered, and the middle-aged man was killed. Because this sword slashed through the void. Impudent! At this moment, an angry roar suddenly rang out from the depths of the starry sky. Then, a terrifying aura swept over and enveloped Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian's expression was calm. It was so calm that it was terrifying. An old man appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. The old man was one of the 4 great monster kings of the Fey Sky clan, the Wood Monster King. The Wood Monster King glared at Yi Xian. Die! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw a punch. A terrifying golden fist radiance swept out like a volcanic eruption and headed straight for Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was calm. When the fist radiance arrived in front of him, he suddenly slashed out with his sword. Pust! In an instant, the golden fist radiance suddenly disappeared without a trace. Slashing through the void. Seeing this, the Wood Monster King's eyes widened. "You, what kind of sword is that?" Before the Wood Monster King could finish speaking, Yi Xian suddenly slashed out with his sword. The Wood Monster King's expression changed drastically. Facing Yi Xian's terrifying sword, he did not dare to take it head-on. His body trembled and he retreated thousands of feet away. The position where he was originally standing was directly erased by Yi Xian's sword. Even the River of Time could not block this slashing through the void. The Wood Monster King looked at Yi Xian with a hint of fear in his eyes. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. "Where is Tianqi?" The Wood Monster King stared at Yi Xian. "Who the hell are you?" Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, "I asked you to answer, not ask." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and slashed out with his sword. The Wood Monster King was shocked. Because Yi Xian's speed was too fast, he could not dodge at all. Therefore, he could only take it head-on. He raised his hands and returned to his original form. A huge demonic beast appeared in the field. This huge demonic beast smashed its fist down to meet Yi Xian's sword. Rumble. An expanse of swords exploded apart, and the enormous demon beast retreated repeatedly. As he retreated, numerous sword howls suddenly resounded, and it didn't take long for a few hundred rays of light to drown the Demon King beneath them. Boom! 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 Sword rays exploded around the Wood Monster King. In a few breaths, the Wood Monster King retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. Ah! At this moment, an angry roar suddenly resounded from the sword rays. Then, a huge fist suddenly tore the sword rays apart and shook the heavens and earth. When the Wood Monster King shattered the sword rays, Dao Ling and the others discovered that there were hundreds of blood-red sword marks around the Wood Monster King's body. The Wood Monster King stared angrily at Yi Xian in the distance. His huge eyes were like lanterns. His eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. Yi Xian suddenly rushed forward and slashed out with his sword. Slash into nothingness. The Wood Demon King's pupils constricted when it saw Yi Xian's terrifying sword strike, and it swiftly blocked with its arms. Rumble. The sword rays were shattered, and so was the Wood Monster King's body. After destroying the Wood Monster King's body, Yi Xian was about to follow up and destroy his soul. At this moment, a shadow suddenly rushed in front of him. Then, a fist with a terrifying force went straight for his head. Yi Xian turned around and slashed down with his sword. Rumble. Yi Xian was sent flying thousands of feet away by the fist. After stopping, Yi Xian looked into the distance. The person who attacked was the ancient Demon King who had just returned. The ancient Demon King looked at Yi Xian calmly, but he was shocked. Yi Xian's sword skill was too terrifying. Even the ancient Demon King did not dare to take it head-on. The ancient Demon King suppressed his shock and said in a deep voice, "Yi Xian, this is the Demon Sky Clan." His voice was filled with undisguised murderous intent and anger. Yi Xian looked at the ancient Demon King and said, "Ask Tianqi to come out." The ancient Demon King stared at Yi Xian and said, "What if I say no?" Yi Xian looked calm. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared. The ancient Demon King's pupils shrank because Yi Xian's sword slashed into nothingness again. He did not dare to take it head-on. He immediately moved back and distanced himself from Yi Xian. Chi! As soon as he moved back, the starry sky in front of him was erased by Yi Xian's sword. The ancient Demon King was fearful. Yi Xian's sword skill was too terrifying. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. He was trying to sense Tianqi. Soon, his face turned gloomy because he realized he could not sense Tianqi at all. Did something happen? Yi Xian could not help but frown at the thought. At this moment, the ancient Demon King suddenly said, "Yi Xian." Yi Xian suddenly looked at the ancient Demon King and said, "Nonsense. What nonsense are you talking to me about? I am here to fight, not to chat with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. One sword slashed into nothingness. Seeing this, the ancient Demon King's pupils shrank. He quickly retreated tens of thousands of feet away and shouted angrily, "Is that all you know?" Yi Xian looked at the ancient demon king and said, "It's none of your business." The ancient demon king stared at Yi Xian with an extremely unsightly expression. He realized that this was Yi Xian's most terrifying move. He was confident that he could defeat Yi Xian without using this sword skill. However, the problem was that once Yi Xian used this move, he would not dare to go head-on against Yi Xian even if he returned to his original form. This move was too terrifying. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the primordial divine sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a terrifying force surged out from his body. He did not want to drag this on any longer. The longer he dragged this on, the more dangerous Tianqi would be. Dao Ling and the others clenched their fists and were prepared to attack. Although they were not confident in going head-on against the entire monster sky race, they did not retreat. In the distance, the ancient demon king suddenly mocked, "What? Do you want to gang up on me in my monster sky race?" As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. In the next moment, a few dozen powerful auras suddenly appeared. After that, a few dozen powerful demon beasts appeared around Yi Xian and the others. The weakest amongst them was a time immortal, and there were even 7 reincarnated travelers amongst them. Yi Xian glanced at the experts of the monster sky race and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there aren't many reincarnated travelers amongst the monster sky race. Right at this moment, 2 mysterious divine senses suddenly locked onto him. He quickly turned his head to look and saw 2 old men standing not too far away. Both of them wore black robes, and their hands were hidden in their wide sleeves. They were reincarnated travelers as well. Yi Xian's face instantly fell when he saw this. Right at this moment, an unknown and mysterious divine sense suddenly enveloped him. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly glanced at the surroundings. However, he didn't see the divine sense. Above the reincarnated traveler realm, Yi Xian's face fell. If it was a reincarnated traveler, then he would be able to fight and even kill that reincarnated traveler. But if it was an expert above the reincarnated traveler realm. Suddenly, all of them seemed to have noticed something, and they turned around to look. A young man was walking over slowly from not too far away. It was Tianqi. Tianqi was walking over with 2 goats on his shoulders. Yi Xian and the others were stunned when they saw Tianqi. Tianqi walked over slowly to Yi Xian, and then he placed the 2 goats in front of Yi Xian. "Big brother. Roast." Yi Xian gazed at Tianqi. "You went to look for the goats just now?" Tianqi nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian turned around to gaze at Dao Ling. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment before he said, "He left early in the morning. So, I thought he came to the monster sky race on his own because he was afraid of dragging us down." As he spoke, he smiled sheepishly and said, "I didn't expect it to be a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he turned to look at the ancient demon king and said with a smile, "Ancient demon king, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. We didn't come here today to fight, we came here to deliver the goats. P.S. Everyone is guessing how many chapters will be released tomorrow. I think everyone's guesses are a little off the mark. I suddenly feel a little nervous. 7017K. Chapter 2279. Here to deliver the sheep. Hearing this, the ancient demon king felt humiliated. He flew into a rage and said fiercely, "Yi Xian, do you think I am?" Before the ancient demon king could finish his sentence, Yi Xian, Dao Ling, and the others suddenly disappeared. They did not run away. Instead, they charged at the ancient demon king. Obviously, they wanted to kill the ancient demon king together. Seeing Yi Xian and the others attacking at the same time, the ancient demon king was dumbfounded. What are they trying to do? Sneak attack? That's immoral. Seeing them charging at him, the ancient demon king quickly said, "Kill them." At this moment, Yi Xian and the others were already in front of him. Yi Xian slashed with his sword. Slash into nothingness. Dao Ling and the others also attacked at the same time. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the ancient demon king was sent flying tens of thousands of zhang away. Then, his body shattered. Right at this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed towards his soul. Seeing this, the ancient demon king's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. He only had one thought in his mind: it's over. At this critical moment, a mysterious power suddenly enveloped the ancient demon king. Rumble. Yi Xian's sword was blocked by the mysterious power. Yi Xian stopped and turned to look. Not far away, there was an elder in a gray robe. Seeing this person, the experts of the Devil Sky tribe hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Grand Demon King. Grand Demon King. The leader of the 4 Demon Kings, Heavenly Demon King. Yi Xian looked at the Sky Demon King, and a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. The old man in front of him had an aura that far surpassed that of the ancient Demon King. It was highly possible that he was an expert above the reincarnation walker realm. The Heavenly Demon King sized up Yi Xian and then turned to look at Tian Qi. When he saw Tian Qi, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. The person in front of him was the most dazzling genius of the Heavenly Demon tribe. And today, he had become the target that Heavenly Monster tribe had to eliminate. In the field, some experts of Heavenly Monster tribe were assessing Tian Qi. Some experienced experts of Heavenly Monster tribe knew Tian Qi. When he was born that year, he had shaken the entire tribe. Unfortunately, his mother was of humble birth. Tian Qi's expression was calm, but his right hand was tightly clenched. This was his former home. However, he didn't feel anything about this place at all. There was only a sense of unfamiliarity and cold hostility. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon King suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said solemnly, "You're so young, yet you have such terrifying strength. I presume you're not an ordinary person. Come, tell me about the person behind you." Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't have anyone backing me up. I relied on myself to get where I am now." Celestial Demon King looked at Yi Xian. "Do I look like a fool to you?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I have a younger sister. She's very invincible, and even Dedeabi is afraid of her." Dedeabi was speechless. Celestial Demon King looked at Yi Xian. "Invincible?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Celestial Demon King's expression was calm. "How invincible?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "Invincible is a humble description." Celestial Demon King stared at Yi Xian. "Do I look like a fool to you?" Clearly, he didn't believe it. Yi Xian glanced at Celestial Demon King and smiled. "I think you do." Celestial Demon King narrowed his eyes. "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me about the person and faction behind you." Clearly, he was still afraid of the person behind Yi Xian and the faction they represented. Yi Xian said solemnly, "My younger sister is really invincible." Celestial Demon King looked at Yi Xian. "Then tell her to come. I want to see her." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "This." Celestial Demon King sneered. "Why? Isn't she invincible? Why is she afraid of coming to my Fey Sky race?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I'll tell you the truth again. Don't be angry. Your Fey Sky race is too weak." She might not be interested. Hearing this, the Fey Sky race powerhouses were stunned at first. Then, they laughed loudly. Celestial Demon King could not help but laugh loudly too. Yi Xian was silent. Dao Ling said solemnly, "Brother Yi, why do you sound like you're bragging when you're telling the truth? Not to mention them, even I don't believe you." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Celestial Demon King suddenly laughed. "Young man, Are you trying to make this old man laugh himself to death? Invincible? How many people in this world dare to say they are invincible? You said she is invincible. Aren't you afraid that her fate is not strong enough and she will be arranged by Dedeabi? In a small room in the Milky Way, a voice suddenly sounded. Arrange your mother. Yi Xian glanced at Celestial Demon King. Old man, to be honest, I think Dedeabi might be arranging things for you. Celestial Demon King sneered. I have transcended time. What can Dedeabi do to me? Yi Xian said sternly, how dare you look down on Dedeabi? You are too arrogant. Celestial Demon King mocked, only an ant like you would fear the so-called Dedeabi. Let me tell you, my fate is up to me, not the heavens. A true expert can decide his own fate. Dedeabi can only bully ants like you. In the face of a top expert, he doesn't even dare to fart. 1. Yi Xian glanced at Celestial Demon King and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Celestial Demon King wanted to say something, but at this moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above the face sky race. Then, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. Seeing this scene, all the heavenly demon race experts were stunned. At this moment, Celestial Demon King's expression suddenly changed. Reincarnation Divine Lightning Tribulation, the old man isn't breaking through. Why did the Reincarnation Divine Lightning Tribulation appear? What the hell? Yi Xian glanced at the divine lightning that was about to condense in the sky. He knew it must be Dedeabi's doing. Celestial Demon King's words clearly angered Dedeabi. At this moment, Celestial Demon King seemed to recall something, and his pupils shrank. Dedeabi. It's Dedeabi? All the face sky race experts were stunned. Dedeabi was targeting Celestial Demon King? At this moment, Celestial Demon King suddenly said fiercely, Dedeabi, the old man has no grudge against you. Why are you doing this? There was no response, but the tribulation lightning was getting stronger. Celestial Demon King's eyes flashed with fear. At this moment, he was panicking. Damn it! Actually, he was still a little fearful of the Great Way brush. The reason why he said that just now was because he wanted to act tough. But he didn't expect that Dedeabi would directly arrange for him to attack. This is too much. At the side, Yi Xian suddenly said, Celestial Demon King, are you afraid? Celestial Demon King glared at Yi Xian angrily. It's none of your business. Yi Xian said with a smile, Celestial Demon King, you just said that Dedeabi doesn't even dare to fart in front of a true expert. Why? Are you afraid now? Celestial Demon King stared at Yi Xian as if he wanted to skin Yi Xian alive. At this moment, the tribulation lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force swept down. Below, Celestial Demon King's pupils constricted. He suddenly roared, spread his arms, and returned to his original form. Celestial Demon King was like a giant bear. His arms were 10,000 feet long. Once he returned to his original form, the surrounding mountains seemed extremely small. A trace of hostility flashed in the heavenly Demon King's eyes. He suddenly roared angrily and punched. Rumble. His punch shook heaven and earth as if it wanted to crush the sky. It was extremely frightening. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the tribulation lightning directly shattered Celestial Demon King's body. Gone. That mountain-like body was like a piece of tofu in front of the tribulation lightning. It shattered with one touch. Boom. Celestial Demon King's body shattered, leaving only his soul. That soul was extremely weak and almost transparent. All the Fey Sky race experts were dumbfounded. Yi Xian was also a little shocked. Damn it, this Dedeabi is really amazing. In the air, Celestial Demon King was a little confused. Gone. I'm gone just like that? What the hell? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Celestial Demon King, rest in peace. Celestial Demon King looked at Yi Xian with a sharp gaze. You deliberately set a trap for me to offend Dedeabi. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. But you said it yourself. Dedeabi only bullies the weak and fears the strong. In front of a true expert, he doesn't even dare to fart. You said that, right? Celestial Demon King stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'll be struck by lightning if I act cool. Huh, Celestial Demon King was so angry that he disappeared on the spot. In the battlefield, all the Celestial Demon race experts were dumbfounded. Gone. The powerful Celestial Demon King was gone just like that? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly cupped his fists at the Tribulation Lightning. He smiled and said, Brother Bai, thank you. Dedeabi, all the Celestial Demon race experts looked at Yi Xian in shock. Was this guy on Dedeabi's side? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned. What? You want to exterminate the entire Celestial Demon race? This isn't too good, right? All the Celestial Demon race experts, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said seriously, Brother Bai, this isn't right. Although Celestial Demon King was disrespectful to you, his wife and children shouldn't be implicated. I think it's enough for you to kill him. You want to exterminate his entire race? You're going a little too far. Dedeabi, all the Celestial Demon race experts were really panicking now. They had just witnessed how terrifying Dedeabi was. If Dedeabi really wanted to exterminate the entire Celestial Demon race, some of the monstrous Sky Tribe experts were already starting to feel fear. At this time, Yi Xian said, Brother Bai, this clan must not be destroyed, they are inhumane. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment and said, How about this? Ask the Demon Sky clan to compensate you with thousands of universe veins, and we'll let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Dedeabi, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the Fey Sky clan experts below. My brother Bai has agreed. Give me 1,000 or 10,000 universe veins, and I'll let this matter go. In a small room in the Milky Way galaxy, a voice suddenly bellowed, Damn it, how dare you be so fancy. F***ck me. At this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in the room. The voice stopped abruptly. After a while, the voice said calmly, Young Master Ye's wisdom is unparalleled. I admire you very much. P.S. If I explode today, I won't let you leave the toilet. He squatted until his legs were numb. 7017K. Chapter 2280. The expressions of the experts from the Moon Devil Sky clan turned unsightly when they saw that Yi Xian wanted the time vein. He wants the time vein. Is Dedeabi greedy for money? That shouldn't be the case. He's just a brush. Why would he need the time vein? Could it be that Yi Xian wanted to take this opportunity to extort money? The experts from the Moon Devil Sky clan turned unsightly when they thought of that. Damn it. This young man is clearly trying to extort us. However, they didn't dare to voice their anger. After all, the Tribulation Lightning was still there. Moreover, they weren't sure about the relationship between Dedeabi and Yi Xian. Do they know each other? Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly frowned. What? Do all of you want to be annihilated? The experts from the Moon Devil Sky clan gazed coldly at Yi Xian and remained silent. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the Tribulation Lightning, Brother Brush. The Tribulation Lightning suddenly vanished. Yi Xian's face fell. Damn it. Dedeabi isn't giving me any face at all. How embarrassing. Damn it. Yi Xian's expression was extremely unsightly. The experts from the Moon Devil Sky clan gazed at Yi Xian with hostile gazes when they saw the Tribulation Lightning vanish. Obviously, Dedeabi didn't intend to ask for the time vein. It was this young man who wanted to extort the Moon Devil Sky Clan. He's simply insane. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly shot a glance at Dao Ling and the others, and they vanished into the starry sky. The experts of the Monster Sky Clan wanted to pursue Yi Xian, but they seemed to be afraid of something in the next moment, and they didn't dare to pursue him. After all, Yi Xian wasn't weak. If they chased after him, they might not be able to return alive even if they chased after him. Meanwhile, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from the surroundings. They turned around and saw a beautiful woman walking over slowly from afar. The beautiful woman was dressed in a long black dress. She had a voluptuous figure and an ice-cold expression. The expressions of all the experts of the Demon Sky Clan changed drastically when they saw her, and then they hurriedly bowed. Patriarch. Clan leader. This woman was the current clan leader of the monstrous Sky Clan, Yao Lian. Back then, the incident of Tian Chi's abandonment was caused by this woman. Evil Lotus looked at the deep space in the distance. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes were terrifyingly cold. After a while, Evil Lotus suddenly said, "Send my order. Tell the two gods and Nether Monster to return immediately." With that, she turned around and left. 1 hour later, Evil Lotus came to a celestial treasure pavilion alone. This was the celestial treasure pavilion of the Demon Heaven Celestial Realm. The Demon Heaven clan had always had a good relationship with this celestial treasure pavilion. As soon as Evil Lotus entered the palace, a lady came out to welcome him. That lady was the president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled, "What brings you here?" Evil Lotus walked at Zhang Yu and went straight to the point, "I want all the information about that young man." The smile on Zhang Yu's face instantly disappeared. Evil Lotus frowned. "Trouble?" Yao Yu sighed in a low voice. "Yes." Evil Lotus spoke in a low voice, "We're sisters. Aren't you going to help me with this?" Zhang Yu glanced at Evil Lotus. "If I didn't want to help you, I would have left this place a long time ago." As she spoke, she glanced at the maidservants by the side, and they immediately left. Zhang Yu spoke in a low voice, "That young man is called Yi Xian, and he's an extraordinary distinguished guest of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Moreover, according to my knowledge, he has a very good relationship with the Pavilion Master. As for the exact relationship between them, I don't know. All I know is that the Pavilion Master treats him differently than others." When she spoke up to this point, she glanced at Evil Lotus and spoke in a low voice, "I suggest that you don't go against him." Evil Lotus's expression was icy cold. "I don't want to go against him. He wants to go against the Demon Heaven clan." Zhang Yu sighed in a low voice and didn't speak. Evil Lotus continued, "Do me one last favor. I want all the information about this young man and the power behind him." Zhang Yu immediately shook her head. Evil Lotus frowned slightly. "You don't want to help me?" Zhang Yu spoke in a low voice, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but I have no right to investigate the power behind him. With my current rank, I don't have the right to investigate him." Evil Lotus frowned slightly. "So mysterious?" Zhang Yu nodded. "More than mysterious." As she spoke, she looked at Evil Lotus and spoke seriously, "Evil Lotus, I sincerely suggest that you don't go against him. This young man is mysterious and terrifying. If you insist on going against him, I'm afraid you'll be in great trouble." Evil Lotus's expression became even colder. "Is that so? I'd like to see who exactly he is." After that, she turned around and left. Zhang Yu wanted to persuade her, but Evil Lotus didn't give her the chance. She disappeared in the horizon. In the palace, Zhang Yu was silent. At this moment, an old man appeared beside Zhang Yu. He spoke in a low voice, "President." Zhang Yu closed her eyes slowly and said softly, "I'm afraid the Demon Heaven clan is finished." The old man was shocked. "President, why do you say that?" Zhang Yu looked up into the sky and spoke softly, I have the right to investigate the Demon Heaven clan, but I don't have the right to investigate the power behind that young man." The old man instantly came to an understanding when he heard this. Meanwhile, Tsang Yu spoke abruptly, "Go contact that young man Yi Xian in secret and express our goodwill." The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Then the Demon Heaven clan." Tsang Yu's expression was calm. "There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. I'll be friends with whoever is stronger." After that, she turned around and left. The old man was speechless. On the other side, Yi Xian and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw that the Demon Heaven clan hadn't pursued them after they'd fled. They'd almost been ganged up on just now. Meanwhile, Tian Qi spoke abruptly, "Big brother." Yi Xian looked at Tian Qi. "What's wrong?" Tian Qi turned to look in the direction of the Demon Heaven clan with a slightly dazed gaze. "It's a very familiar smell, very familiar." Yi Xian and the others exchanged glances. It was very likely that the familiar smell that Tian Qi spoke of was his mother. "Mother." Yi Xian fell silent. Tian Qi lowered his head slightly and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Tian Qi, our current strength isn't enough to go against the entire Demon Heaven clan." Tian Qi suddenly looked at Yi Xian. No. I don't want to implicate all of you, but I only know all of you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry. Your problem is our problem." Dao Ling nodded as well. "Tian Qi, don't worry. With Brother Yi around, any problem can be solved." Tian Qi shook his head. "I don't want to implicate all of you." As he spoke, he clenched his fists slowly, and his eyes were filled with determination. "I want to become stronger. Become stronger." Yi Xian was about to speak when he suddenly turned around. Space had suddenly split open in the depths of the starry sky, and then a beautiful woman in a black dress walked out from within it. She was the patriarch of the Demon Heaven clan, Yao Lian. Beside Evil Lotus, there were two black-robed elders. The auras of these two black-robed elders were unfathomable, and there were 9 people standing behind these two elders. All 9 of them were reincarnated travelers. Yi Xian frowned when he witnessed this scene. The experts of the Demon Heaven clan had chased after us in the end. Yao Lian gazed at Yi Xian and said, "What's your relationship with Dadeabi?" Yi Xian smiled, "We're good brothers." Yao Lian's expression was icy cold. "Don't be glib in front of me, alright?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "You're that woman who seized the bloodline of the heaven-abandoned devil god all those years ago?" Yao Lian's expression was calm. "Yes." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "How vicious." Yao Lian stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "This has nothing to do with you, yet you just had to interfere. Since it's like that, then don't blame me for being merciless." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss. Space had suddenly split open in front of Yi Xian, and then a mysterious figure had charged out from within it. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Rumble. An expanse of sword light shattered, and then Yi Xian was instantly blasted over 100 kilometers away. After Yi Xian stopped moving, he glanced at his right hand. At this moment, the sword in his hand had shattered completely. Moreover, his entire right arm had cracked open, and the ghastly white bones within it were clearly visible. It was an extremely shocking sight. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at Yao Lian in the distance. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. This woman's strength was much more terrifying than the heavenly demon king's. Black Lotus stared coldly at Yi Xian. She slowly clenched her right hand, and at the same time, a terrifying force suddenly gathered from all directions. In an instant, the entire Milky Way was boiling. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his right hand gripped tightly onto the sword in his hand. A powerful force gushed out of his body and finally surged into the sword in his right hand. At this moment, Black Lotus suddenly vanished on the spot. Rumble. A demonic beast's roar suddenly resounded through the starry sky. Rumble. In an instant, Dao Ling and the others' expressions changed drastically. That roar had shaken their eardrums and damaged their internal organs. Dao Ling and the others ignored their own injuries and quickly looked at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and slashed out with his sword. Slash through nothingness. With one slash, all things returned to nothingness. Rumble. The starry sky in front of Yi Xian was directly erased. Then, a terrifying force suddenly erupted. Rumble. Along with his sword, Yi Xian instantly retreated tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, a huge hand suddenly descended from above Yi Xian's head. Rumble. In an instant, the starry sky above Yi Xian's head started burning. Below, Yi Xian lightly pushed with his thumb. Hum. A sword howl soared into the sky, and it slashed at the huge hand. Rumble. The huge hand was suddenly erased. At the sight of this, Evil Lotus instantly narrowed her eyes. What sword technique is that? In the distance, Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and then he grinned, "Won't you know after I stab you?" Evil Lotus suddenly flew into a rage. Shameless. Shameless. I'm going to castrate you. Yi Xian was stunned. What the fuck did I say? How am I shameless and shameless? 7017K. Chapter 2281. Needless to say, Yi Xian was a bit confused. What was wrong with what he said? Was there a problem? Yi Xian thought about it carefully. Was there a problem? At this moment, Evil Lotus suddenly rushed toward Yi Xian like a madman. Behind her, a huge demonic beast Dharma Laksana appeared. Although it had not completely returned to its original form, it was already extremely terrifying. The powerful demonic beast power swept across the sky. The entire starry sky was boiling like water. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as Evil Lotus rushed forward, Yi Xian felt an extremely terrifying power. He did not dare to be careless. He rushed forward and slashed with his sword. One slash cut through nothingness. Rumble. A sword light exploded. Yi Xian and Evil Lotus retreated at the same time. After Evil Lotus stopped, she looked at her right hand. At this moment, her right hand had become illusory. Evil Lotus was a bit shocked. If she had not retreated quickly, her hand would have been completely wiped out. What a terrifying sword skill. Evil Lotus looked at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, there was no contempt in her eyes. The sword skill of this young man in front of her was not just ordinarily terrifying. It was definitely not created by an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Evil Lotus's face fell. However, she had no way out now. It was impossible to back down now. Thinking of this, Evil Lotus looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. The next moment, her body shook violently. Then, she turned into a huge black phoenix and soared into the sky. Rumble. All of a sudden, a dark flame spread out from the depths of the starry sky. At this moment, the entire starry sky was burning. At the same time, the temperature within a radius of hundreds of thousands of zhang suddenly skyrocketed. Qi, a galaxy was incinerated directly. In the starry sky, Evil Lotus looked down at Yi Xian. Her eyes flashed with hostility. Damn human, die. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned into a flame and swooped down from the starry sky. Rumble. A terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth swept down from the starry sky. At this moment, even the strong cultivators in the reincarnation walker realm could not help but tremble. A tremor that came from the depths of one's soul. Below, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the fire phoenix swooping down. His expression was incomparably grave. This power had far surpassed the reincarnation walker realm. At this moment, he had no way out. He held the sword tightly in his right hand, and in the next moment, he suddenly shot into the sky and slashed through the sky. Chi! Sword cleaving the heavens. Rumble. Suddenly, an expanse of sword light and flames erupted from the depths of the starry sky, and then a figure retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers away. This person was Yi Xian. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, his body began to melt. The expressions of Dao Ling and the others changed drastically when they saw this. They were about to make a move, but they were stopped by the experts from the Demon Sky clan. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at his melted body in shock. The temperature of the flames was too terrifying. Even the sword in his hand had melted. In the sky, Evil Lotus did not have it easy either. Yi Xian's sword had seriously injured her. If she had not used her own flames to block it, she would have been wiped out if Yi Xian's sword had hit her. Terrifying. Yi Xian and Evil Lotus looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with undisguised seriousness. Both sides were afraid of each other. At this moment, Yi Xian activated the immortal bloodline and took out a handful of elixirs to consume. These elixirs had been given to him by Yang Nianxue a long time ago, and they still had their uses. With the help of the elixirs and the immortal bloodline, his body gradually returned to normal. However, the temperature in the starry sky was getting higher and higher. In the starry sky, Evil Lotus stared fixedly at Yi Xian with undisguised killing intent in her eyes. Yi Xian was young and monstrous, and she was deeply afraid of him. If she did not kill Yi Xian today, Yi Xian would definitely pose a threat to the Demon Sky clan in the future. No, Yi Xian was already capable of posing a threat to the Demon Sky clan now. Without any hesitation, Evil Lotus suddenly vanished on the spot. Boom! In the starry sky, a wave of fire swept down towards Yi Xian. Rumble! In an instant, the starry sky within a few million zhang was completely incinerated into nothingness. Down below, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, and a wisp of hostility flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. Boom! A strand of bloodline power shot up into the sky from her body. Bloodline power. He did not dare to hold back in the face of Evil Lotus' terrifying attack, and he immediately activated the bloodline power. Rumble. The powerful bloodline power caused his aura to instantly skyrocket. Yi Xian suddenly transformed into a blood-red sword radiance that soared into the sky and slashed at the flame. Rumble. In an instant, the flame and sword radiance exploded. Then, Yi Xian and Evil Lotus retreated at the same time, and both of them retreated hundreds of zhang away. As soon as Evil Lotus stopped, several sword radiances silently slashed at her. However, the sword radiances were directly incinerated into nothingness before they could even get close to her. Seeing this, Yi Xian's face instantly sank. At this moment, he finally realized that the flame emitted by Evil Lotus was too terrifying, and it was so terrifying that he could not get close to her at all. In this way, she was practically in an invincible position. Because he could not use the slash into nothingness that was a threat to her endlessly. Every time he used it, it would consume a huge amount of energy. Apart from the slash into nothingness, his other sword techniques could not threaten this woman at all. In the starry sky, Evil Lotus's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Your bloodline. Obviously, she'd noticed the uniqueness of Yi Xian's bloodline. Yi Xian was just about to speak when a wisp of greed suddenly flashed through her eyes. If I devour your bloodline, then my strength will definitely increase greatly. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly plunged down towards Yi Xian. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. He opened his palm, and a blood-red sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly charged into the sky with his sword in hand. Hiss! The slash of the heavens. Bang! A blood-red ray of light slashed directly onto the flames around Evil Lotus. Rumble! Countless flames sputtered as Evil Lotus was directly slashed back by Yi Xian's sword strike, and the flames around her had become much dimmer by Yi Xian's sword strike. However, the blood-red sword in Yi Xian's hand actually hadn't vanished. Disbelief instantly appeared in Evil Lotus's eyes when she witnessed this scene. How could this be possible? Yi Xian was slightly surprised as well. He hadn't expected that the sword condensed from his blood would actually be able to resist her flames. Yi Xian raised his head to look at Evil Lotus in the distance, and then he grinned, again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A blood-red ray of light slashed directly towards Evil Lotus. This time, it was the slash of nothingness. The energy of his bloodline coupled with the slash of nothingness. It could be said to be an attack that Yi Xian had executed with his full strength. Evil Lotus didn't dare be careless or underestimate Yi Xian in the slightest when facing this sword strike that Yi Xian had executed with his full strength. She suddenly let out a furious howl, and a terrifying wave of flames swept out from within her body. Subsequently, she dove down from the starry sky. At the same time, she opened her enormous mouth with the intention of swallowing Yi Xian in a single gulp. Yi Xian suddenly roared with laughter. In the next moment, she suddenly stomped her right foot on the ground and transformed into a blood-red ray of light that shot into the sky. Rumble! Suddenly, a blood-red ray of light exploded apart, and then Yi Xian retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers. On the other hand, Evil Lotus hurriedly retreated explosively as well. She retreated for over 100 kilometers, and as soon as she stopped moving, the flames around her were instantly transformed into nothingness. Slash of nothingness. Even the flames around Evil Lotus were unable to resist this terrifying slash of nothingness. At this moment, besides shock, there was deep fear in Evil Lotus's heart. Actually, Yi Xian's strength wasn't terrifying, and it was that sword technique of his that was terrifying. That sword technique was too terrifying. After all, even a rebirth traveler wouldn't dare to rashly touch the might of her flames. However, Yi Xian's bloodline had actually been able to resist it. Most importantly, Yi Xian's attack had been able to destroy her flames. That was extremely absurd. Below, Yi Xian's entire body was covered in blood. Even though he'd activated his bloodline, he hadn't completely lost his mind. He looked at Evil Lotus in the distance and grinned. Again. As he spoke, he suddenly leaped up and slashed with the blood-red sword with both hands. Hiss! A wave of sword light shot out like a waterfall. A wisp of viciousness flashed in Evil Lotus's eyes, and she suddenly leaped up and directly collided with Yi Xian. Moreover, the terrifying pitch-black flames condensed again around her, and as soon as the powerful flames appeared, the temperature in the surroundings instantly increased by a few hundred times. Rumble! A wave of blood-red rays of light suddenly shattered, and Yi Xian retreated explosively once more while Evil Lotus retreated repeatedly. As she retreated explosively, the flames on her body were visibly vanishing. In the distance, while Yi Xian was retreating explosively, his body started to melt bit by bit again. His sword could resist the flames, but his body couldn't. Yi Xian hurriedly circulated his undying bloodline, and then he fed himself over 10 medicinal pills. Yi Xian's body gradually returned to normal under the effects of the bloodline energy and medicinal pills. On the other hand, Evil Lotus's face instantly sank. What the hell are you? You have 2 more bloodlines. Yi Xian glanced coldly at her. Can't I? Evil Lotus stared fixedly at Yi Xian as if she wanted to skin Yi Xian alive. But at the same time, she was very clearly aware that she couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Needless to say, she felt slightly helpless. This young man's cultivation realm was much lower than her, but his combat strength wasn't inferior to her. So, continuing the battle would only be a waste of time. When she thought up to here, she slowly closed her eyes. Come out. As soon as she finished speaking, two extremely terrifying auras suddenly swept over from the distant starry sky. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. Woman, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, let's fight one-on-one. Don't do something so shameless as ganging up on me. Damn it. Evil Lotus stared at Yi Xian. I want to ganging up on you. Bite me. Yi Xian glanced at Evil Lotus and asked, how do I bite you? Evil Lotus instantly flew into a rage. You pervert. You're shameless. Ah. Yi Xian was speechless. 7017K. Chapter 2282. Needless to say, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Meanwhile, Black Lotus didn't waste his breath and charged at Yi Xian. At the same time, two extremely terrifying and powerful auras smashed down towards Yi Xian. These two auras were only slightly weaker than Black Lotus. Yi Xian's face fell when he saw this. A group fight. Damn it. These fellows are really shameless. Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Ling and the others. At this moment, Dao Ling and the others were being held back by the members of the Demon Sky clan and had no time to care about him. Flee? He rejected this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. If he fled, then Dao Ling and the others would be finished. I can't flee. Yi Xian's face was extremely unsightly as he looked at Evil Lotus and the other two who were charging at him. However, he didn't retreat. He had to bear the consequences at a time like this. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly, and the blood in his body started to boil. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian was covered in blood. He didn't dare to ignite his bloodline and soul. He couldn't do this without the green profound sword. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head to look at Evil Lotus and the other two. In the next moment, he stomped his right foot and transformed into a ray of light that shot out explosively. Rumble. The powerful sword energy instantly shattered the starry sky. Bang! As an explosion resounded, Yi Xian was blasted hundreds of kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, his body was destroyed by the powerful attacks of Evil Lotus and the other two. Only his soul remained. Yi Xian's face was extremely unsightly when he stopped. He could still fight one of them, but he couldn't fight three of them at all. It was too ridiculous. He didn't even ignite his soul or blood. In the distance, Evil Lotus looked at Yi Xian and said, "What? Why haven't you called for help?" Actually, she'd always been on guard. Why? Because she knew that there was an enormous force behind Yi Xian, and it was precisely because of this that she'd always been secretly on guard in her heart. She was afraid that the person behind Yi Xian would suddenly make a move and catch her off guard. However, what surprised her was that the person behind Yi Xian had not shown any sign of showing up since the beginning of the fight. Could it be that they were afraid of the Demon Sky clan and didn't dare to make a move? Thinking about this, Evil Lotus squinted her eyes and the uneasiness in her heart gradually disappeared. In the distance, Yi Xian was silent. Call for help. Who should I call? Call me father? There might not be a chance. Qinger? He felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had boasted in front of her that he had to rely on himself. Not going to scream? He would probably be beaten to death. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "If you don't gang up on me, then I won't call for help. What do you think?" Huh, Evil Lotus suddenly laughed. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What was wrong with this woman? Evil Lotus laughed even more crazily. After a moment, she looked at Yi Xian with excitement and mockery in her eyes. Yi Xian, if I'm not wrong, the force behind you is just an ordinary force. Therefore, they don't dare to become enemies with the Demon Sky Clan. Am I right? Yi Xian was silent. Evil Lotus stared at Yi Xian and became even more excited. Come, call for help. Call for help right now. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Dao Ling, who was being attacked wildly in the distance, suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Brother Yi, just listen to her and call for help." In the distance, Shi Tian hurriedly nodded. Sure, call, that's not too much. They were the ones who didn't care about martial ethics first. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he sighed softly. He took out the Xian ring and said, "Actually, I really don't want to rely on my family." Dao Ling hurriedly said, "Understood, we all understand. This woman is the one who asked you to call for help. It has nothing to do with you. Brother Yi, don't feel burdened. If you really can't do it, I can take the blame." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "But I feel that this kind of life is meaningless. What's the point of calling for help if you can't beat someone?" Dao Ling said in a trembling voice, "They already ganged up on you. Why do you still care about this?" Yi Xian said seriously, "But this way, I will become dependent. If I encounter any problems in the future, I will think of calling for help. If this goes on, I will become a second-generation heir." Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian in shock. "Brother Yi, do you still think that you are not a second-generation heir?" "Huh?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I have relied on myself most of the time." Dao Ling and the others were speechless. At this moment, Evil Lotus suddenly said sarcastically, "Relied on yourself? Yi Xian, I was afraid of you. After all, a genius like you must have someone backing you. But now it seems that you just got lucky and got Daebi's favor. That's why you have the strength you have today." As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, "Your bloodline is quite interesting. Your ancestor should have been a peerless powerhouse. But now, he has declined. Am I right?" Yi Xian fell silent. Evil Lotus continued, "Do it. Don't kill him." As she spoke, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. Rumble. In an instant, the spacetime around Yi Xian started burning. Then, terrifying flames surrounded the spacetime where Yi Xian was like a cage. At the same time, the other two mysterious experts sealed the area where Yi Xian was with terrifying power. Yi Xian frowned. Does she intend to trap me? Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He leaped up and slashed down with his sword. Slashed through the void. A terrifying force tore the flames into nothingness. At the same time, the mysterious energy around him was eliminated as well. A wisp of rage flashed through Evil Lotus' eyes when she witnessed this scene. "Yi Xian, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't call for help, then I'll swallow you right now." Yi Xian was quite puzzled. "Why do you want me to call for help? Have you gone mad? Can't you just bully me?" Evil Lotus stared fixedly at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Meanwhile, Dao Ling spoke abruptly, "Brother Yi, she's taken a fancy to your bloodline. She wants to devour the bloodline of your Yang clan." Bloodline. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard that. He'd actually forgotten about that. After all, his bloodline was very special and it was very useful to demonic beasts. Obviously, Evil Lotus had taken a fancy to his bloodline. To be more precise, she had taken a fancy to the bloodline of his Yang clan. Evil Lotus stared at Yi Xian with excitement. Why? She looked at Yi Xian as if she was looking at a great opportunity. Yi Xian's bloodline made her extremely excited. Her instinct told her that if she could devour Yi Xian's bloodline, then she might even be able to reach another level and reach another height. What would it mean if she found the clan behind Yi Xian? It meant that the Demon Sky clan would rise completely and reach a new height. Moreover, she had another plan. She planned to rear Yi Xian's entire clan so that they could provide an endless supply of bloodline to the Demon Sky clan. It was like rearing pigs. Fatten them up before killing them. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She seemed to be able to see the beautiful scene of the Demon Sky clan rising completely and dominating the world. In the distance, Yi Xian was silent. He was quite shocked as well. She's actually targeting the Yang clan. Meanwhile, Evil Lotus suddenly glanced at Dao Ling and the others, and then she said, Yi Xian, if you don't call for help, then I'll kill all of your friends right here in front of you. Yi Xian glanced at her, are you sure you want me to call for help? She stared fixedly at Yi Xian, I beg you. Yi Xian nodded slightly, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the dark ring appeared there. In the next moment, the dark ring started trembling slightly. It didn't take long for a ray of light to tear through space and arrive here. After that, an old man appeared by Yi Xian's side. The person who had arrived was none other than Senior Jun. Elder Jun bowed slightly to Yi Xian, young master. Yi Xian glanced at Evil Lotus, and then he said, she's looking for all of you. Elder Jun glanced at Evil Lotus, and her eyes narrowed slightly when she saw Elder Jun while a trace of vigilance arose in her heart. How strong! This old man before me is extremely extraordinary. Elder Jun gazed at Evil Lotus with a calm expression when he heard Yi Xian, looking for us? Evil Lotus gazed at Elder Jun, who are you? At this moment, she was slightly more vigilant. Elder Jun's face was emotionless, the Yang clan. Evil Lotus frowned slightly, the Yang clan. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian, what's the relationship between the Yang clan and that fellow with the surname Yi? Yi Xian was speechless. Elder Jun fell silent. Actually, he was very puzzled as well. Why is the young master called Yi Xian and not Yang Xian? If Yi Xian didn't possess the Mad Devil bloodline, he would even think that Yi Xian wasn't the Swordmaster's biological son. Evil Lotus suddenly said, which universe is the Yang clan located in? Elder Jun gazed at her with a calm expression, what are you doing? Evil Lotus pointed at Yi Xian, your young master killed the experts of my Demon Sky race. What do you think about this? On the surface, she seemed to be questioning Yi Xian, but she was actually trying to find out the truth. In the beginning, she'd thought that while Yi Xian had a power behind him, it definitely wasn't strong. Because this power hadn't made an appearance, and Yi Xian hadn't called for help. So, she'd felt that the power behind Yi Xian was probably ordinary, and it wouldn't dare to go against the Demon Sky race head-on. However, after Elder Jun appeared, she wasn't so sure about her earlier thoughts. Calm. Elder Jun was too calm when facing her and the Demon Sky race. How could a reincarnator be so calm? It was very simple. He was fearless and didn't fear the Demon Sky race. Moreover, Elder Jun's appearance caused a trace of uneasiness to arise in her heart. Because she'd never seen Elder Jun before. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for her to not know an expert of such a level. What did this mean? It meant that the power behind Yi Xian was from a universe that the Demon Sky race had never come into contact with. After all the top-notch experts of the Demon Sky race were here, but Yi Xian hadn't taken them seriously at all. At this moment, she'd completely calmed down. Elder Jun's expression was still calm when he heard Evil Lotus, so be it. What do you want me to think about it? The experts of the Demon Sky race behind Evil Lotus were instantly furious. However, Evil Lotus's pupils constricted, and she was shocked in her heart. She hurriedly looked at Yi Xian, young Master Yi, my Demon Sky race has offended you in the past. Now, I apologize to you on behalf of the Demon Sky race. Please forgive me. Everyone present was stunned. Apologize? Admit defeat? Yi Xian was slightly stunned as well. He looked at Evil Lotus who'd been boundlessly arrogant just a moment ago. No. You don't play by the rules. I'm not used to what you're doing. Come, Hit me. My bloodline is very good. Devour my bloodline and you'll be able to improve. Come on. I won't resist. The crowd was speechless. 7017K. Chapter 2283. Evil Lotus shook her head at Yi Xian's words. No, no. Young Master Yi, it was our clan's fault. I apologize to young Master Yi on behalf of our clan. She bowed slightly as she spoke. Yi Xian looked at Evil Lotus in silence. Dao Ling walked up to Yi Xian. He glanced at Evil Lotus and felt a little strange. Is this woman a different person? Yi Xian didn't respond. He knew that Evil Lotus must have noticed something, so she changed her attitude right away and admitted defeat. He had to admit that this woman was a tough one. She was able to let go of things at the same time. Yi Xian turned to look at Old Master Jun. The old man hesitated for a bit and said, "Young master, I'll listen to you. If you want to destroy the Fei Sky clan, I'll do it right away." Hearing Old Master Jun's words, Yao Lian's expression changed drastically. She looked at Old Master Jun in the distance with eyes filled with disbelief. Arrogant? No. Her instincts told her that the old man wasn't arrogant. He was confident. Undefeatable confidence. What kind of terrifying force is this? Evil Lotus was shocked. Yi Xian looked at Old Master Jun in silence. Old Master Jun's words were interesting. Boss Jun could destroy the Fei Sky clan right away, but Old Master Jun didn't do so. Instead, he asked Yi Xian. It was obvious that Old Master Jun didn't want to do it. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Old Master Jun was afraid that Yi Xian would overthink, so he said in a hurry, "Young master." Yi Xian shook his head. "I know. Father doesn't want me to rely on the clan too much." Old Master Jun nodded and said softly, "Master Jun." He did. Yi Xian smiled. "Old Master Jun, I'd like to see my father." Old Master Jun was dumbfounded. Yi Xian said again, "Contact him for me." It was a commanding tone. Old Master Jun didn't dare to refuse. He opened his palm and a sword token shot into the sky. Boom! A sword aura appeared in the sky all of a sudden. The next second, a man appeared in the sword aura. It was the azure-robed man. Seeing the green-robed man, Elder Jun immediately bowed deeply and said with a trembling voice, "Greetings, Swordmaster." At the instant she saw the green-clothed man, Yao Lian's expression instantly changed violently. Danger. This was how she felt at the moment. Who was this green-robed man in front of him? Evil Lotus was extremely shocked. Why did he just stand there and give her a formless oppressive feeling? Moreover, that feeling was as if she was an ant. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Looking for me?" Yi Xian nodded. "Can we have a chat?" The green-robed man nodded. "Sure." Yi Xian said seriously, "When father and son are talking, don't fight, okay?" The azure-robed man smiled and said, "Sure, come, let's chat." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Dad, have you ever relied on Grandpa?" The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian asked again, "Father, if it wasn't for grandfather's help, would you have survived back then?" The green-robed man was silent. Yi Xian pointed at Evil Lotus in the distance. "Do you think I'm a normal enemy?" The green-robed man chuckled. "I understand what you mean. You're dissatisfied. Dissatisfied that I let you live, right?" Yi Xian shook his head. "You're wrong. Father, I'm not dissatisfied with you. I'm just a little disappointed." The green-robed man squinted his eyes. "Disappointed?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm your son. But forgive me for being blunt. You didn't play the role of a father well. I've never felt a father's love since I was young. I don't even have the concept of a father. Yes, I've suffered since I was young. This hardship has tempered my willpower and sharpened my mind. As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. But I feel that a person's life shouldn't only be filled with hardship. There should be affection, love, friendship, and father-son relationship. Father, do you think you fulfilled the responsibility of a father? The green-robed man was silent. Yi Xian continued. You hope that I can face all difficulties. That's right. But you've never thought of a problem. That is this difficulty something I can bear now? As he spoke, he smiled. What do we father and son look like now? You hope that one day I can reach your height, or even surpass you. This is your expectation for me. Then, besides this, what else is there between us father and son? The green-robed man was silent. Yi Xian smiled. Speaking of you, father, I feel that I'm a little sad. Because my memories of the past are of you. Without you, it's a blank. The green-robed man's right hand trembled slightly. Yi Xian continued. I don't hate you. Because I understand your life. You rose from hardship. You believe that hardship can sharpen one's mind, allowing one to mature and become a talent. So, you don't wish for me to become a second generation. You wish for me to rise from hardship as well. As he spoke to this point, he shook his head and smiled. Qing made me feel warmth and kinship. But father, you make me feel unfamiliar. We're not like father and son. We're more like master and disciple. You want me to be you, but I'm not you. I used to see other people's parents shielding them from the wind and rain. I was very envious. When I encountered a strong enemy, I did my best to finish them off. But I also hoped that someone would say to me, don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, Father will carry it. As he spoke, he looked at the green-robed man. Father, I will work hard. I will work even harder. I will surpass you. But I have to tell you that you're not a qualified father. I want to learn from you. If I had a son, I wouldn't let him be. I would accompany him and let him have a complete family. Companionship is very important. Because the relationship between father and son shouldn't be cold and heartless. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. A trace of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. After a long time, he sighed. His lips moved, wanting to express his apology. But he had always wanted to be strong. He had never spoken softly to anyone. For a moment, the words that were on the tip of his tongue were stuck in his throat. Yi Xian said with a smile, Dad, just go. For the rest of the road, I will walk it properly and do my best to walk it. The green-robed man spoke in a light voice. Don't blame me, all right? Yi Xian fell silent. The green-robed man walked slowly over to Yi Xian. He patted Yi Xian lightly on the shoulder and said, I know I was very cruel to you. What I did all those years ago was wrong. Because just as you said, I rose from suffering. So, I want you to be like me. When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head. But I had no choice. Because no one taught me how to be a good father. What did your grandfather do to me all those years ago? He directly left me on profounder continent. If I didn't have a long life later on, I wouldn't even know that I had a father. If you want to blame and hate, then blame your grandfather. It was he who set the precedent and caused such a bad atmosphere in our Yang clan. Yang Wudi was speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it. This father is really inhuman. He directly threw the blame to me. The problem is, how can he throw the blame to me? The green-robed man continued. I admit that I didn't do a good job when you said accompany me. But you have to be considerate of your father. If you feel it's difficult and bitter, then think about me all those years ago. Wasn't I miserable all those years ago? Wasn't I miserable? I was miserable too. Your father had a pile of enemies all those years ago. Look at our bloodline, how did it come about? It was me, your father, who killed all those years ago. When he spoke up to hear, he sighed in a low voice. Everyone by your side is still there. But do you know what happened to your father all those years ago? Father went missing, mother died, and I was all alone. It was difficult for your father. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man continued. You say your enemies are abnormal, but are my enemies normal? Not to mention anything else, do you think Tian Ming was normal all those years ago? Wasn't it abnormal as well? But didn't you get through it? You see that I'm invincible now, but you didn't see how much pain I suffered all those years ago. I had a tough life too. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it! Why is something wrong? You make it sound like I'm your father. The green-robed man turned to look at Evil Lotus. I want to help you too. But think about it. Your father traveled across billions of star fields just to kill someone of this level. That's embarrassing. Take you for example. Your friend in Qingqing asked you to travel millions of star fields just to kill an ant. How do you feel about that? Yi Xian was dumbfounded by what he heard. On the other hand, the expressions of Yao Lian and the others instantly became extremely unsightly. Ant? In the green-robed man's eyes, their clan leader was an ant? The Fey Sky clan's experts were burning with anger. They were about to explode, but Evil Lotus stopped them with a look. The people behind her could not see how terrifying the green-robed man was, but she could see that the green-robed man was not someone that she and the Fey Sky clan could fight against. If they fought, they would definitely be able to exterminate their clan. They had to endure. They had to endure. Because of Evil Lotus, although the Fey Sky clan's experts were unhappy, they did not dare to do anything. In the Fey Sky clan, Evil Lotus had absolute authority. In the distance, the green-robed man smiled. Little fella, I just remembered something. I once obtained a treasure and wanted to give it to you. However, I never had the chance. Now, I finally have the chance. As he spoke, he opened his palm and a sword appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was curious. This, the green-robed man smiled. I picked up, I found a sword for you. This is custom-made for you. It's a supreme-grade godly sword. It suits you very well. Keep it. Yi Xian, the green-robed man continued. This is your first time and my first time. Let's not ask for too much. After all, it's our first time. Let's just make do with each other. Do a good job. I won't forget you. Alright, I have something to do. I have to go. You. Do a good job. You can do it. I believe in you. With that, he turned around and disappeared. In the field, Yi Xian was a little confused. What the hell? P.S. Do you think the 5th chapter is over? Naive. 7017K. Chapter 2284. Left? Yi Xian was still in a state of confusion. His words just now seemed to have been referring to loneliness. As if something had occurred to him, Yi Xian hurriedly looked at the sword in his hand. The sword was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It was entirely black, with a thin blade and a dark red tip. Judging from its appearance, it did not look beautiful at all. After Yi Xian carefully looked at it, the Xian energy in his body surged. The sword slightly trembled. Wang! A sword hum soared into the sky and into the depths of the starry sky. Soon, Yi Xian slightly frowned because he discovered that this sword did not have a spirit. A sword without a spirit. That should not be the case. Yi Xian studied it again and finally accepted the truth. This really was a sword without a spirit. Yi Xian was speechless. Did father specially find this sword for me? He was slightly suspicious of this now. At this moment, Elder June suddenly bowed slightly. Young master, do you have any other instructions? Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and looked at Elder June. He thought for a moment and said, do you have money? Elder June's expression froze. Yi Xian quickly said, borrow. I'm borrowing, not taking. When the time comes, you can ask my father for reimbursement. Elder June was speechless. Reimbursement? Reimbursement my ass. Who doesn't know the relationship between young master and the Swordmaster? If I lend it to you, will the Swordmaster acknowledge it? At that time, if the Swordmaster doesn't acknowledge it, and young master acts shamelessly, wouldn't my universe veins be wasted? This transaction cannot be done. Elder June thought for a moment and said, young master. I don't have many universe veins. However, since young master needs them, I am willing to give young master 1 million universe veins. With that, he quickly said, this is for young master, there is no need to return it. Rather than saying borrow, it was better to say give. In any case, he wouldn't return it even if he borrowed it. By saying give, he could sell a favor. Hearing Elder June's words, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, this, directly giving it to me, isn't that not good? Elder June was silent. If you know it's not good, then don't take it. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, since this is Senior June's kind intention, if I refuse, wouldn't it disappoint Senior June's heart? As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. Old Man June was speechless. You don't want to disappoint me, but my heart hurts. Mr. June was very straightforward. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it and quickly accepted it. Then, he bowed slightly. Thank you, Elder June. When I see my father, I'll make him return it to you. Old Man June blurted out, he won't. At this point, he hurriedly corrected himself, what I mean is, you don't have to return it, you don't have to return it. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you, Senior. Elder June nodded, young master, take care. After speaking, he turned to leave. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, can you show me the way? After a moment of silence, Old Man June said, go to the realm of gods. That is the stage for young masters. In this place, it's just a small fight. It's meaningless. As he spoke, he took out a scroll and handed it to Yi Xian. This is the map of the realm of gods. Yi Xian put the map away and smiled. Thank you. Old Man June smiled and whispered, the mystic sect is there. Young master, you can go and inherit the family property. Young master, we will meet again. As he spoke, he bowed slightly and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Inherit the family property? Yi Xian blinked his eyes. I don't have to go and get beaten up. At this moment, 20 extremely dreadful super strong people showed up next to Yi Xian. The mysterious leader bowed slightly. Young master, we will report to you in 2 hours. Obviously, this was left for him to deal with the Fey Sky clan. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned to look at Evil Lotus in the distance. Evil Lotus's expression was calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Evil Lotus's expression changed when she saw Yi Xian looking at her. She knew that the survival of the Fey Sky clan was in the hands of this young man. She had to admit that it was a little sad. She never thought that one day, her life would be in the hands of someone else. Yi Xian suddenly said, Tian Qi's mother. Evil Lotus quickly turned her head. Bring her here. One of the experts of the Fey Sky clan hurriedly retreated. Soon, a woman was brought to the scene. The woman's face was a little pale and her body was thin. When she saw Tian Qi, she was slightly stunned. In the next moment, her body trembled and tears flowed down her cheeks. Tian Qi was also looking at the woman. He clenched his fists tightly and tears glistened in his eyes. At this time, the woman trembled as she walked to Tianqi. She stretched out her trembling hand towards Tianqi's face. When she was about to touch Tianqi's face, she suddenly hugged him. Tears gushed out of the woman's eyes like a broken dam. She cried silently. At the side, Evil Lotus's expression was calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Tianqi's body was stiff and he was a little uncomfortable. Gradually, he hugged the woman. After a long time, the woman turned her head to look at Yi Xian and said softly, "Thank you." She already knew that Evil Lotus had compromised because of this man. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked at Evil Lotus. Evil Lotus bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi," Yi Xian suddenly said, "kill him." Evil Lotus was stunned. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "You can't be so naive to think that I'll let you go after you apologize, right? Don't joke around. If apologizing was useful, why would I still cultivate?" As soon as Yi Xian's voice fell, the experts beside him immediately rushed out. In the distance, Evil Lotus's expression was calm. It was abnormally calm. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this time, Evil Lotus suddenly disappeared. Gone? Yi Xian was stunned. At this time, the leading old man beside Yi Xian suddenly said, "Young master, this woman fled when the Swordmaster left. What we saw just now was just a projection of her." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Can you catch up to her?" The old man looked around and shook his head. "I can't feel it." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. At this time, Tianqi's mother suddenly said, "She's from the demonic Phoenix clan." Yi Xian looked at the woman. "Demonic Phoenix clan?" The woman nodded. "An ancient clan. Although they aren't as strong as before, they aren't weak." Yi Xian shook his head. "She won't go back." After a moment of silence, the woman said softly, "That's true." Yi Xian glanced at the experts of the Moon Devil Sky Clan. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw Yi Xian look over, and their eyes were filled with fear. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Tianqi and the woman. "Tianqi, do you intend to stay here?" Tianqi was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at the woman. She held Tianqi's hand tightly. Tianqi lowered his head slightly. Yi Xian walked up to Tianqi and said with a smile, "Stay here and keep your mother company." As he spoke, he glanced at the experts of the Moon Devil Sky Clan who stood behind Tianqi. Meanwhile, one of them hurriedly stepped forward. "From this moment onward, Tianqi is the patriarch of our Moon Devil Sky Clan." Patriarch? The experts of the Moon Devil Sky Clan hurriedly chimed in. They weren't fools, so they naturally understood that if they didn't want Yi Xian to kill them, then there was only one way, and that was to make Tianqi the patriarch. Only then would the Moon Devil Sky Clan be able to avoid this calamity. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the experts of the Sky Forsaken Clan. How could he not understand their intentions? However, he couldn't be bothered to care about them out of respect for Tianqi. After all, he couldn't just slaughter all of them and make Tianqi a commander without an army, right? Yi Xian gazed at Tianqi and smiled, "Come look for me in the world of the gods when you're free." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Tianqi suddenly said, "Big brother." Yi Xian turned around and gazed at Tianqi. Tianqi strode over to Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then withdrew a spatial ring and placed it in Yi Xian's hand. There were over 10 roasted goats within the spatial ring. Yi Xian was speechless at the sight of this. "You should have just given me some money." To the goats. He'd intended to rob the Moon Devil Sky Clan clean. They'd almost killed him, so he naturally couldn't let them off so easily. However, he hadn't done that because of Tianqi. "I should leave some for this fellow." Yi Xian still didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he gazed at the spatial ring. He put it away and patted Tianqi's shoulder lightly. "Take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left with Shi Tian and the others. As he watched Yi Xian and the others leave, Tianqi gazed up into the sky, and his gaze gradually lost focus. At this moment, his heart felt empty. On the other side, in the starry sky, Yi Xian gazed at Dao Ling and the others and smiled. "What about the rest of you?" Shi Tian fell silent for a moment before he said, "I want to return to the Shi clan. I haven't returned for a long time." Yi Xian nodded, "It's only right." As he spoke, he looked at Dao Ling. Dao Ling smiled and said, "I also want to go back and have a look. It's been too long since I've been out." Yi Xian smiled and turned to look at Jun Xie. Jun Xie was silent for a moment before he said, "I want to rebuild the evil spirit race." Yi Xian smiled and said, "In that case, we brothers will have to split up. Temporarily." Shi Tian suddenly said, "We will go to the divine realm to look for you." Dao Ling also said, "Yes, I hope you won't become weak when the time comes." Yi Xian laughed and said, "When you reach the divine realm, let's have a spar. What do you think?" Shi Tian smiled and said, "That's exactly what I wanted." Yi Xian nodded. "Let's go." Shi Tian nodded slightly. "Brothers, we'll meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the starry sky. Dao Ling chuckled and walked in front of Yi Xian. He said seriously, "Brother Yi, can you lend me some time meridians? I will return them. I will definitely exchange them. I swear on my character." Yi Xian glared at Dao Ling angrily. "Scram! Hurry up and scram!" Dao Ling. After Dao Ling was chased away, Yi Xian looked at Jun Xie. Jun Xie smiled and said, "Brother Yi, see you in the divine realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he also turned around and disappeared. Only Yi Xian was left in the field. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Then, he turned around and left. Go to the divine realm. Do what? Inherit the family property. Everyone says that I am a second-generation heir. Today, I will not hide it anymore. Lay my cards on the table. I want to be a second-generation heir. Not only do I want to be a second-generation heir, I want to do it openly. Stupid things like getting beaten up in the next world must not happen again. This time, I, Yi Xian, want to return as the king. All heavens and realms, tremble. 7017K. Chapter 2285. Inheriting the family fortune. Yi Xian was delighted when he thought up to this point. He could finally stop being beaten up. Life wasn't just about fighting and killing. A happy life was about to begin. In the starry sky, Yi Xian gazed at the black-robed old man. You're leaving? The old man nodded. Yi Xian thought for a while. Then he said, Who do you listen to, me and my father? The old man's face froze. That's a question of death. Yi Xian chuckled. Is it very difficult to answer? The black-robed old man laughed bitterly. Young master, I'm an honest man. Yi Xian was at a loss for words. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, feel free to let me know if you need anything. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid it won't be safe on this trip. Why don't all of you send me there? The black-robed old man grinned. It's not a big deal. We're willing to escort you there. Yi Xian nodded, Thank you. The black-robed old man hurriedly said, Young master, please don't say that. You're overpraising me. Yi Xian smiled and said, Help me do something. Find that demon lotus from the Demon Sky clan. He naturally hadn't forgotten that woman. She was a woman who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. So, if he didn't kill her, there would be future troubles for him. The black-robed old man bowed slightly, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the sword his father had given him appeared in his hand. Yi Xian poured his profound energy into it, and the sword started trembling slightly. A short moment later, he frowned because he noticed that he still hadn't noticed anything special about it. Did my father make it for me? Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Is my father tricking me? Yi Xian's face sank when he thought up to this point. Because he felt that it was entirely possible. My father isn't human sometimes. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly tried to devour the sword. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't devour it. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. After all, only the Qingxian sword could resist the devouring of his invincible sword physique. And this sword could actually not be devoured by him. He had some skill. Yi Xian scrutinized the sword in his hand again. A moment later, he suddenly slashed with his sword. Chi! This sword strike directly tore a huge hole in the starry sky that was tens of thousands of feet away. Yi Xian frowned because this sword did not have any buffs. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Brother, do you want to show off?" There was no response. Yi Xian sighed softly. The sword was definitely extraordinary, but he didn't know how extraordinary it was. What's wrong with my father? He gave me a sword in such a roundabout way. Yi Xian didn't continue thinking about it and put the sword away. Right at this moment, the black-robed old man suddenly appeared before Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at the black-robed old man. "You found it?" The black-robed old man nodded. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Did you kill him?" The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment and said, "No. Young master, you have to make a trip with me." Yi Xian frowned slightly. 15 minutes later, Yi Xian arrived at an expanse of ruins under the black-robed old man's lead. He saw Evil Lotus within the ruins. She was still wearing a black dress, and there was a trace of maturity amidst her beauty. Evil Lotus turned around to look at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian said, "You want to see me?" Evil Lotus nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian smiled and said, "You wouldn't be thinking of deceiving me, right?" Evil Lotus shook her head. "Young Master Ye's wisdom is unparalleled. No one can deceive you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm slightly curious why you want to see me before you die." Evil Lotus looked at Yi Xian. "I'm the only one who died. Don't pursue the matter with my family and my son, all right?" Yi Xian fell silent. Evil Lotus grinned. "What I did in the past has nothing to do with them." Yi Xian still fell silent. Evil Lotus bowed slightly. "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I haven't promised you." Evil Lotus smiled and said, "You will." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Evil Lotus continued, "Because young Master Yi is a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred." Yi Xian shook his head. "Don't flatter me. Evil Lotus, don't make it seem like I'm a bad person. If I lost that day, then what would have happened to me?" After saying that, he turned and left. Evil Lotus continued, "Young Master Yi." In the distance, Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. As for you wanting to live, I can tell you clearly that it's impossible. Even if I have to use 3 swords, I will kill you." "You," Evil Lotus suddenly said, 10 million universe veins." Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned and looked at Evil Lotus. "I think it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. We can talk." Beside Yi Xian, the black-robed old man couldn't help but turn and look at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with shock. Evil Lotus looked at Yi Xian. 10 million universe veins to buy my life." Yi Xian was silent for a while and said, "The hatred between us can't be measured with money." Evil Lotus suddenly said, 15 million. 15 million. Yi Xian looked at Evil Lotus, and Evil Lotus' face was slightly pale. This is the limit of what I can offer. Yi Xian opened his palm. Evil Lotus hesitated for a moment and said, "Will you take off your pants and deny it?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. Do you think this analogy is suitable? Evil Lotus was speechless. At this moment, a black-robed man appeared beside Evil Lotus and passed a spatial ring to her. Evil Lotus took the spatial ring and passed it to Yi Xian. At this moment, her heart was bleeding. 15 million universe veins. This was her lifetime savings. It wasn't just her lifetime savings, there was also the support of the Black Phoenix race. If it wasn't for the support of the Black Phoenix race, she wouldn't have been able to gather so many universe veins. And to the Black Phoenix god race, it was also a bloodbath. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away and turned to leave. The black-robed old man was stunned, and then he said, "Young Master Yi, kill or..." Yi Xian glanced at Evil Lotus, "Will you take revenge?" Evil Lotus immediately said, "I'll never take revenge until young Master Ye's father is dead." Yi Xian roared with laughter, and then he turned around and left. The black-robed old man hurriedly followed him. Yao Lian's expression eased up. "I'm alive." Meanwhile, the black-robed man hesitated for a moment and said, "Young miss, what you said just now..." Evil Lotus looked towards the distance and spoke softly, "He definitely wouldn't believe me if I said I wouldn't take revenge. I was telling him that I want to take revenge, but I don't have the ability to do so." The black-robed man nodded, "I understand." As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Then the Demon Sky race." Evil Lotus shook her head, "We've lost." As she spoke, she turned to look at the sky and spoke softly, "That green-clothed man is so strong that he instills despair in me. Even I feel despair now." The black-robed man frowned slightly, and he was slightly puzzled. "Young miss?" Yi Xian was flying through the starry sky on his sword. He possessed 15 million universe veins. Needless to say, it was a huge sum of money to him. He had to have it. Because he lacked universe veins the most right now. He was only at the time realm, and he wasn't even a ruler of time. There were reincarnators above the ruler of time, and there were even stronger reincarnators. Cultivation, however, required money. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man suddenly said, "Young master, do you know why that woman was able to survive?" Yi Xian frowned slightly, "What do you mean?" The black-robed old man spoke solemnly, "That woman wasn't simple at all. Actually, I wouldn't have been able to kill her by myself." Yi Xian gazed at the black-robed old man, and the black-robed old man spoke solemnly, "She should have truly attained the profound enlightenment realm." Yi Xian spoke solemnly, "The profound enlightenment realm?" The black-robed old man nodded. Yi Xian sighed softly and placed his hands on his head. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment, then said, "It seems that young master isn't familiar with this realm." "It doesn't matter, I will explain it to young master." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Stop." The black-robed old man was stunned. Yi Xian shook his head, "Don't talk about realms, I'm annoyed. F***ck realms." After saying that, he turned and left. The black-robed old man. It had to be said that Yi Xian was really annoyed. There were too many realms. It was so many that he felt it was seriously abnormal. The realm system was so chaotic, it was too outrageous. He didn't know which idiot did this. Yi Xian was speechless. There was also Qin Guan. Didn't Qin Guan want to sort out her realms? He didn't know how she was doing. Although it was annoying, Yi Xian still had to understand this knowing destiny state. Under the black-robed old man's explanation, Yi Xian had some understanding of this realm. Profound enlightenment. It was to know the way of Dedeabi's operation. All things in the world, their destinies and trajectories were all operated by Dedeabi, and this profound enlightenment referred to being able to know the trajectory of Dedeabi. Dedeabi was now a direction. It was the cultivation direction of some top powerhouses. There was no one who didn't want to get rid of Dedeabi and transcend the way of fate. Yi Xian didn't cultivate this profound enlightenment realm, he wanted to take it slow. Steady. He had been too hasty in his previous cultivation, so he wanted to be steady now. Of course, the reason why he wanted to be steady was because he had the confidence. It was different from before. When he went to the next universe, he was basically beaten up. But this time was different. What was he going to do? He was going to inherit the family property. In the universe of gods, there was a huge family property waiting for him to inherit. This time, he was going to act tough. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile happily. At this moment, he felt that this world was actually quite good. Life was beautiful everywhere. Not long after, Yi Xian and the rest arrived at the universe of gods. Somewhere in the starry sky, the black-robed old man bowed to Yi Xian. "Young master, the profound sect is not far ahead, we will take our leave." Yi Xian nodded, "Let's go." The black-robed old man bowed again and retreated. Yi Xian looked into the distance, smiled, then took out the profound ring and wore it. Then, he walked into the distance. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the profound sect, and when he arrived, he was stunned. At this moment, he was standing on a small hillside. On the hillside not far from him, there was a small hall. The hall was short and small. One of the doors was missing, and the pillars on the side were peeling off. If it wasn't for the crooked signboard above the door that said, "Profound Sect," he would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. At this moment, a sloppy old man suddenly walked out, and when he saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned, and when he saw Yi Xian, his face instantly changed. Then, he directly rushed in front of Yi Xian, hugged Yi Xian's legs, and bawled, "Young master! Young master, you're here. If you didn't come, the dozen of us in the profound sect would starve to death. Young master!" As he cried, he suddenly twitched, and then, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down. When Yi Xian saw this, he was immediately dumbfounded. This guy, he was actually starving to the point of death. At this moment, another 7 or 8 people rushed out, and when they saw Yi Xian, they directly rushed in front of him, and like the old man, they directly cried. Yi Xian took a look, and he realized that these dozen people were actually ordinary people. All of them were ordinary people. Not a single cultivator. Yi Xian's mind was instantly dumbfounded. Yi Xian looked at the profound sect in the distance, and after a moment, he suddenly raised his middle finger, "Old June. I'll hit your grandma's hammer." P.S. Chapter 7. End. What kind of joke is this? Is Chapter 7 worthy of my temperament? Chapter 7. Chapter 7. 7017K. Chapter 2286. Revenge. He knew that this was definitely old June's revenge. "Didn't I just cheat you of 1,000,000 universe veins? Do you have to do this?" Yi Xian was on the verge of collapse. What the hell? At this moment, the sloppy old man who was hugging Yi Xian suddenly said with a trembling voice, Young master. Do you have anything to eat? I feel like I can't, hold on." Yi Xian, after a while, Yi Xian stood in front of a statue in a dilapidated hall and was silent. This statue was his father's statue. It was also very dilapidated and incomplete, there was only one eye left. At the side, the sloppy old man and a dozen people were wolfing down their food. These people looked like they hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. The way they ate was scarier than heaven forsaking them. Yi Xian looked at these people and was completely speechless. At this moment, he felt that his life was incomparably dark. What the hell? After a while, the sloppy old man and the others left after eating and drinking. The sloppy old man came in front of Yi Xian and bowed deeply. "Young master." Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, "Are you done eating?" The sloppy old man grinned, "I'm full." Yi Xian smiled, "Tell me about the mystic sect and you guys." He felt that things shouldn't be so simple. Since these people were his father's people, they shouldn't be ordinary people. The sloppy old man hesitated and asked, "Young master, are you disappointed?" Yi Xian looked at the sloppy old man and smiled, "Why do you say so?" The sloppy old man smiled bitterly. Young master's expression and eyes are filled with disappointment. It is obvious that we are completely different from what young master had imagined. Yi Xian nodded slightly, "I won't hide it from you. You guys are indeed a bit different from what I had imagined." The old tower old man smiled, "I understand." Saying that, he bowed slightly, "Young master, follow me." Saying that, he brought Yi Xian and walked towards the side hall. Yi Xian was curious and followed him. When the old man opened the door to the side hall, Yi Xian was stunned. The inside of the side hall was very, very large. It was thousands of feet long and wide, and there were no less than 1,000,000 ancient scrolls placed inside. Library? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he turned to look at the old man. "These are?" The sloppy old man said seriously, "Universe Encyclopedia." Yi Xian frowned. "Universe Encyclopedia?" The old man nodded. "The 10 of us are responsible for writing the Universe Encyclopedia. There are many categories here. There's the civilization category, which records all the known civilizations in the universe. There's also the humanities category, the martial arts category, the realms category. In any case, other than Wuxia College, we have the most comprehensive and the most powerful." Yi Xian was surprised. "Wuxia Academy?" The sloppy old man nodded. Celestial Treasure Pavilion was founded by Pavilion Master Qin Guan. Hearing this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. The sloppy old man suddenly wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" The sloppy old man smiled bitterly. "To be honest, Swordmaster hasn't given us a salary for more than 20 years. Yi Xian was speechless. The sloppy old man's smile became even more bitter. "Young master." Yi Xian asked, "How much do you get a year?" The sloppy old man said, "I get 100 universe veins a year. The rest get dozens of them a year." Yi Xian was silent. The sloppy old man glanced at Yi Xian and didn't dare to say anything else. Yi Xian suddenly walked to a bookshelf at the side. Realms category. Yi Xian was curious and picked up a thick ancient book. At this moment, the sloppy old man suddenly said, "Inside are all the realms of the known universe." All realms of the known universe. Yi Xian nodded slightly and opened the ancient book. Four-dimensional universe, body tempering realm, force training realm, internal strong realm, dual cultivation realm, endless realm, Qi change realm, golden body realm, Qi controlling realm, high sky realm, nether passage realm, divine combination realm, 10,000 dharma realm, true 10,000 dharma realm, law controlling realm, true law controlling realm, void piercing realm, origin realm, Yin realm, supreme realm, sage realm, creation realm, Tao realm, beginning Tao realm, knowing realm, Tao proving realm, Tao mastering realm, Tendo realm, emperor realm, God realm, end realm, peak end realm, seal ascension realm, unknown realm, creation realm, earth immortal realm, fate realm, life breaking realm, Tao seeking realm, Tao entry realm, Tao breaking realm, Tao extermination realm, five-dimensional universe, origin realm, universe realm, yin-yang realm, life and death realm, heaven's legacy realm, karma realm, rebirth realm, sovereign realm, shattering void realm, origin return realm, void release realm, Tao breaking realm, Tao proving realm, Tao controlling realm, Tao attainment realm, six-dimensional universe, nine-dimensional universe, consolidation realm, divine mirror realm, eternal realm, immortal ascension realm, heavenly ascension realm, mortal destruction realm, peri-celestial realm, transcendent realm, deity-breaking realm, deity-destroying realm, concept realm, eternity realm, critical boundary realm, boundless realm, void realm, heaven ascension realm, transcendence realm, space-time realm, small saint realm, great saint realm, ancient god realm, body sculpting realm, personality sculpting realm, soul sculpting realm, jump out of the universe, God Emperor realm, divine clone realm, divine soul realm, level 1 to level 20, seamless realm, seamless path, divine spirit realm, fate chart realm, life spirit realm, primordial spirit realm, fate knowing saint, fate knowing god, swordsman realm, swordsman, great swordsman, sword grandmaster, swordmaster, sword emperor, sword celestial, great sword celestial, sword saint, transcendent sword saint, sword god, transcendent sword god, common sword, unrestrained sword heart, sword transformation, mortal realm, heart sword, sword power, calm heart, focus. 9th level civilizations, heartless, thoughtless, bodiless, soulless, Taoless, non-universe origin realm, inside circle, break circle, draw circle, great Motian domain, mental connection, Dao Ming, embodiment of freedom, 6 realms, breaking realm, Dao gathering, prying into the profound, understanding profound, life profound, metaverse, eternal heart, 1 to 6, ancient universe, half-step sacred heart, true divine, immortal realm, eternal immortal realm, supreme immortal realm, observing the dark universe, boundless realm, quantitative change realm, qualitative change realm, half-step visualization realm, external appearance realm, internal perception realm, time realm, transcending time, time immortal, time controller, reincarnation walker, understanding profound. Seeing these realms, Yi Xian was stunned. So many? Beside him, the sloppy old man said, there are many realms, and they are messy. In fact, many realms are redundant, and there is no need for them to exist. However, because Pavilion Master Qin Guan has reorganized them, we did not do them again. Yi Xian said, who came up with these realms? The sloppy old man said, strictly speaking, it should be Dedeabi. Yi Xian could not help but say, is there something wrong with this? It came up with so many realms. Is there something wrong with its brain? Dedeabi, the sloppy old man hesitated, and then said, young master, Dedeabi moves the path of the great path, transcending everything, be careful with your words. Yi Xian shook his head, closed the ancient book, and then said, this is ridiculous. The sloppy old man smiled slightly, actually, it is still okay now. Pavilion Master Qin Guan has already sent the realms she organized to the various realms, and now she has removed almost 70% of the realms. I have taken a look, and I feel that it is very, very good. Speaking of this, he shook his head and smiled, I have to say, this Qin Guan is really an extraordinary person. Her talent, really makes me admire her, the kind that I would prostrate myself in admiration. Yi Xian smiled, and then walked to the next bookshelf. He picked up an ancient book and looked at it. After a while, his expression gradually became solemn, and soon, he went to the next bookshelf. In this way, Yi Xian looked at more than a dozen bookshelves in one go. Shocking. This was Yi Xian's current mood at the moment. The wide range of knowledge in these bookshelves, the depth of these books, deeply shocked Yi Xian. In particular, some of the cultivation methods were so detailed that it made his scalp tingle a little. Yi Xian turned to look at the sloppy old man, these were all written by a dozen of you? The sloppy old man nodded, yes. Saying that, he hesitated, and then said, young master, is there anything that was not written well? If it is not written well, please give us a pointer or two. Pointer. Yi Xian thought about it, and then said seriously, there are indeed many shortcomings. The sloppy old man hurriedly asked, what shortcomings? Yi Xian thought about it again, and then said, let's talk about this another day. The sloppy old man was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly said, how should I address you, senior? The sloppy old man hurriedly said, "Young master, I don't dare to call you senior. You can just call me Ji Xian." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Elder Xian, my father gave you over 100 universe veins a year, right?" Elder Xian nodded, "Yes. However, Swordmaster would give more every time. Moreover, Swordmaster would think of ways to help us obtain some of our academic materials. Not only that, Swordmaster would also give us some elixirs to increase our lifespans. Swordmaster originally wanted us to cultivate, and then he would provide us with cultivation resources. Unfortunately, we don't like to cultivate and only like to do academic research." Yi Xian smiled, and then he took out a storage ring and handed it to Elder Xian. Elder Xian glanced at it, and there were 4,000 universe veins in the storage ring. Seeing so many universe veins, Elder Xian's expression instantly changed. "Young master, this," Yi Xian smiled, "this is what you deserve." As he spoke, he took out another storage ring and handed it to Elder Xian. "This is for those who follow you to do academic research." Elder Xian glanced at it, and then he bowed deeply to Yi Xian. "Thank you, young master." Yi Xian was slightly moved. Father really got a great bargain. These people were really geniuses. Although they didn't know how to cultivate, these people were extremely knowledgeable. 100 or 200 universe veins a year was really too little. However, he didn't immediately give a high price. This had to be done slowly. In any case, he wouldn't mistreat Elder Xian and the others. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Next, I will study these with you." As he spoke, he paused for a moment, and then said, "I will also give you some pointers." The sloppy old man was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "That's great." Yi Xian glanced at the scene and took a deep breath. He decided to read. Read more books. Pretending wasn't scary, what was scary was pretending to be cultured. P.S. Chapter 8. End. Some readers said that the explosion wouldn't exceed 8 chapters. What a joke. 8 chapters? Are you looking down on me? Those who said no more than 8 chapters, come out and apologize. Thank you. 7017K. Chapter 2287. Following Yi Xian's arrival, the Xian sect had undergone earth-shattering changes. All of them were filled with energy. Because they could eat their fill, and their salaries had increased. At that moment, the dozens of people in the Xian sect were full of energy. And Yi Xian would study with Ji Xian and the others every day, writing books together. Of course, he would only watch and occasionally give some pointers. It must be said that Yi Xian admired Ji Xian and the others a lot. Ji Xian and the others didn't cultivate, but their knowledge was terrifying. These guys were proficient in astronomy, geography, space civilization, cultivation system, mystic arts. For example, they didn't cultivate, but they knew more about these realms than those who did. Shocking. After interacting with Ji Xian and the others, Yi Xian was deeply shocked. These people's knowledge was probably only second to Qin Guan. And during this period of study, Yi Xian also gained a lot. He now deeply believed that studying was useful. And Yi Xian also found that he seemed to like the feeling of reading. Cultivating one's mind. Reading could truly calm his heart, to think, to comprehend, to understand the world and the universe, to feel the thoughts of others. In life, there were many times when one should stop to calm his heart and settle down. Life wasn't just fighting and killing. Noon. Yi Xian was lying at the entrance of the Xian sect's main hall, holding an ancient book in his hand. The warm sunlight shone on his body, warming him up. The ancient book in his hand was called 36 Yin-Yang Techniques. Yi Xian was enjoying it. At this moment, Ji Xian walked over with a cup of tea. The ancient book in Yi Xian's hand suddenly turned into a human geography book. Ji Xian walked to Yi Xian's side and bowed, "Young master, please have some tea." Yi Xian took the cup and took a sip, then smiled. Elder Ji, is there anything I can help you with? Ji Xian wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian smiled, just say it. Ji Xian said, young master, we need some funds to buy some ancient books. Yi Xian was a little curious. Ancient book? Ji Xian nodded. That's right. Some ancient books recorded some unknown civilizations or ancient martial techniques. They have great research value. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, that's a good thing. I'll go with you. Don't worry about money, I'll deal with it. Hearing that, Ji Xian was extremely excited. He immediately bowed deeply to Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, young master, thank you. Yi Xian smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? What you're doing is benefiting all living beings in the universe. It's a great merit, a great fortune, and the significance is great. Ji Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, young master, are you willing to publicize the results of our research? And for free? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. Hearing this, Ji Xian immediately bowed deeply, young master is kind. That's great. Yi Xian grinned. I intend to establish an academy and gather even more scholars to join us. As he spoke, he looked up into the sky and spoke softly, all along the way, I noticed that countless cultivators are too vicious. Everyone starts fighting at the slightest disagreement, and it's either you or me who dies. This world shouldn't be like that. If everyone in the world reads as much as I do, then this world would be much better. Ji Xian bowed deeply to Yi Xian once more. We're willing to assist you, young master. Yi Xian smiled, and then he gazed at the plaque above him. He thought for a moment before he said, we'll establish an academy that strives to improve the vicious aura in the universe. There's no order or rules in the world, so it causes people to be impetuous and prioritize profit over everything. Our academy's objective is to establish a will for the universe, establish a life for all living beings, continue the techniques of the past sages, and establish peace for all ages. Create order and establish peace. Ji Xian hurriedly said, that's great. Yi Xian grinned. Let's call it Guanxian Academy. Guanxian Academy. Ji Xian nodded. Okay. Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Aren't we going to purchase ancient books? Come, I'll go with you. Ji Xian hurriedly said, young master, please. In a carriage. Ji Xian and the others didn't know how to cultivate, so wherever they went, they would take a carriage, and it was the only carriage. This time, Ji Xian only brought a young girl with him. This young girl was his disciple, named Qingqiu. He had just taken her in not long ago, and she almost starved to death the moment she arrived. Because of this, Qingqiu was skinny, but she was in good spirits, holding an ancient book in her hand at all times. Yi Xian and Qingqiu sat in the carriage, while Ji Xian drove the carriage. This was specially arranged by Ji Xian, hoping that Qingqiu could learn from Yi Xian. In Ji Xian's heart, this young master was knowledgeable and wise. Qingqiu sat opposite Yi Xian, looking a little reserved. Yi Xian looked at Qingqiu. Qingqiu was about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a green robe. He was skinny, but he was full of vigor. Yi Xian smiled. Don't be nervous. Qingqiu nodded slightly, but he seemed even more nervous. Yi Xian glanced at the ancient book in Qingqiu's hand, then asked, what book are you reading? Qingqiu hesitated, then said softly, The Golden Mean. Yi Xian smiled. The book says that sincerity is the highest realm in life. Do you think it's right? Qingqiu thought for a while, then said, yes. Qingqiu said seriously, only sincerity can guide the world, establish the foundation of the world, and know the evolution of heaven and earth. The path of sincerity will lead to the supreme realm. Young master, if you want to establish your heart for the universe, establish your life for all living beings, inherit the supreme knowledge for the saints, establish peace for all ages, create order, and build peace, you must be sincere. If you treat the universe with sincerity, the universe will treat you with sincerity. Yi Xian was silent. Qing Qiu hesitated, then said, "Am I wrong?" Yi Xian smiled. "You are right. However, you have to remember one thing. The hearts of people in this world are very complicated. People need to be sincere to each other, but they also need to be vigilant. As the sages said, we must not have the heart to harm others, but we must be vigilant. We should treat good people with sincerity, but we should treat bad people with sincerity." Saying that, he smiled, but didn't say anything. Qing Qiu hesitated, then said, "To treat bad people, we should use kindness and love to influence them, right?" Yi Xian was silent. Qing Qiu glanced at Yi Xian cautiously. "Am I wrong?" Yi Xian thought for a while, then said, "What if kindness and love can't influence them?" Qing Qiu's right hand suddenly clenched the ancient book in her hand, her eyes were full of determination. "Kill them! Kill them!" Yi Xian was stunned. He was somewhat shocked. Yi Xian looked at Qing Qiu in front of him. She still looked so weak, but her eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Yi Xian was silent. His intuition told him that this young lady's future was not simple. Studying was not scary, but it was scary to become a bookworm. No matter how knowledgeable one was, they would still be pedantic. Yi Xian thought for a while, then said, "Do you want to cultivate?" Qing Qiu blinked. "Can I?" Yi Xian nodded. "If you want, you can." Qing Qiu was still hesitant. "But cultivation costs money. Our college is very poor." Yi Xian laughed. "It's okay. If you want to cultivate, I will take care of the money." Qing Qiu blinked. "Can I?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Qing Qiu stood up and bowed deeply to Yi Xian. "Thank you, young master." Yi Xian smiled and did not think much of it. But what he did not know was that his little act of kindness today would lead to the birth of a peerless empress in the future. Qing Qiu Empress. Dual cultivation of literature and martial arts. That era was also known as the most glorious era of the universe after the Three Swords era. Countless cultivators were fortunate to be born in that era because after the Three Swords era ended, the vast universe fell into a long period of darkness. Martial arts collapsed and civilization was interrupted. That era was known as the darkest era in history. Until the appearance of this Qing Qiu Empress, Yi Xian would never have thought that his small act of kindness today would reap great benefits for his descendants even though he did not reap the fruits of his kindness. After chatting with Yi Xian, Qing Qiu was no longer as nervous. He would often consult Yi Xian on some questions, including academic questions and martial arts questions. As for academic questions, Yi Xian would naturally bluff. To be honest, in terms of academic knowledge, he was not as good as Qing Qiu. This made him feel ashamed. Of course, although he was not as knowledgeable as Qing Qiu, he had regained his confidence in cultivation. The two of them chatted happily. Of course, most of the time, it was Qing Qiu who consulted Yi Xian. Unknowingly, the three of them arrived at one of the three major cities in the universe of gods, Immortal City. The universe of gods had 4 worlds and 3 cities. The 4 worlds were Hill World, Mountain World, Mysterious World, and Yunjie. The 3 cities were Immortal City, Heavenly Speech City, and Eternal City. Yi Xian looked at the Immortal City in front of him. He had to admit that it was really grand. The gates of the city walls were bigger than the entire mysterious sect hall. Qing Qiu looked at the Immortal City in front of him curiously. After the 3 of them entered the city, they instantly became a strange scene. Ordinary people? On both sides of the street, some people looked at Yi Xian and the other two curiously. In this era, basically everyone cultivated. In other words, ordinary people would only appear in those low-level worlds. Completely ordinary people like Yi Xian and the other two were very rare to see. As Yi Xian concealed his aura, in the eyes of others, he was also an ordinary person. Qing Qiu looked around curiously. "Young master, why are they all looking at us?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Because they are all very powerful, while we are not." Qing Qiu blinked and didn't seem to understand. Soon, the three of them came to a small building. After entering the small building, Yi Xian found that the small building was a bookstore. In this bookstore, there were some ancient books. In this bookstore, there were many people reading books. Moreover, some of them were time immortals. "Young master, please wait for a moment. I will go and find the owner," Shu Xian said. After saying that, he walked towards a distance. Yi Xian looked around curiously. In the end, he brought Qingqiu to a bookshelf. He took down an ancient book and started reading. Qingqiu also wanted to read, but Yi Xian quickly put it away. "You can't read this." Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "Why?" Qingqiu blinked his eyes. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Only people like me, who are calm and have a pure heart, will not be influenced by such ancient books." Qingqiu giggled. "Young master, you're not serious at all." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Shu Xian walked back with a bitter expression. Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong?" Shu Xian smiled bitterly. "If we want to see their boss, we have to make an appointment. I just made an appointment. Their boss might only see us after 3 days." Yi Xian frowned slightly when he heard this, and then he glanced at the surroundings. He noticed that all the people who were reading had someone serving them warmly, but there wasn't a single person around the three of them. He chose to ignore them. Qingqiu gently pulled on Yi Xian's sleeve and said softly, "Is it because we are poor that we are not valued?" Yi Xian was silent. "How should I answer you?" P.S. Chapter 9. Was it over? **T. Ending with just 9 chapters? Was that considered a breakthrough? Wouldn't that be fooling the readers? Zhang Lai. Continue. 7017K. Chapter 2288. Qingqiu looked at Yi Xian, waiting for his answer. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "You're right." Qingqiu lowered his head slightly. Yi Xian rubbed Qingqiu's head gently and said with a smile, "Don't be sad, this is the reality of society. When you're weak, they look down on you. When you're rich, they envy you." Qingqiu nodded, understood. At the side, Shu Xian sighed softly. Yi Xian said with a smile, "It's okay. Elder Xian, you're knowledgeable, so it's normal that you're not good at these things. However, I suggest you go out and have a look. The universe is vast, and you'll gain a lot from it. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles." Shu Xian bowed slightly, "I've learned something." Yi Xian smiled, then he walked to a steward in the distance. The steward glanced at Yi Xian with a calm expression. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Can I see your boss?" The steward shook his head, "No. You have to make an appointment first." Yi Xian smiled slightly, then opened his palm, and a storage ring silently flew to the steward. The steward was stunned when he saw it. 100 universe veins. Yi Xian smiled slightly, "Please inform him." The steward's originally cold face suddenly showed a trace of a smile. "Young master, please wait a moment." With that, he turned and left. Not long after, the steward returned with a smile. "Young master, the club master invites you. Please go upstairs." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Thank you." The steward smiled slightly, "You're welcome." Yi Xian led Qing Qiu and Shu Xian upstairs. Qing Qiu suddenly pulled Yi Xian's sleeve. "Is this what they mean by money makes the world go round?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Let's put it another way. This is the wisdom of the world." Qing Qiu frowned slightly. "The ways of the world?" Yi Xian nodded. "To walk in this society, apart from possessing great strength, you also need to learn the ways of the world. Read more books, do more things." Qing Qiu nodded thoughtfully. Soon, the three of them arrived at the second pavilion. Within the second pavilion, the three of them saw an old man. The old man's hair and beard were completely white. At this moment, he was holding a thick ancient book and reading it with great interest. Beside Yi Xian, Shu Xian cupped his fists. "Dojo Master Yu, nice to meet you. I am Xian Zong's Shu Xian." Headmaster Yu put down the ancient book and glanced at Shu Xian. "What's the matter?" Shu Xian hurriedly said, "I heard that your academy has the 12th Song's history scrolls. We would like to buy them for research. I wonder if Headmaster Yu is willing to sell them?" Dojo Master Yu immediately shook his head. "I'm not willing." Shu Xian was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to reject him so directly. Shu Xian naturally did not want to give up just like that. He immediately said, "Master Yu, the price is negotiable." Dojo Master Yu glanced at Shu Xian. "Negotiable? Then tell me, how do you want to negotiate?" Shu Xian hesitated for a while and then said, "You can state a price." Dojo Master Yu shook his head. "You can't afford it." Shu Xian, beside Yi Xian, Qing Qiu said softly, "Young master, does he think that we are poor?" Yi Xian nodded. Qing Qiu frowned slightly. "If we are rich, he will treat us differently, right?" Yi Xian smiled. "What do you think?" Qing Qiu was silent for a while before saying, "Young master, why do you respect master so much? Master is poor. But I feel that you really respect him." Yi Xian chuckled. "Because your young master was poor in the past. Moreover, Elder Xian is knowledgeable. He is worthy of respect." As he said, he walked to Shu Xian. Shu Xian smiled bitterly and was about to speak when Yi Xian smiled. "You are using the wrong method." Shu Xian was stunned. Using the wrong method? Yi Xian turned and walked to Dojo Master Yu. He took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Dojo Master Yu. There were 100 universe veins in it. Dojo Master Yu glanced at it and frowned. "You want to humiliate me?" Yi Xian took out another storage ring. There were 1,000 universe veins in the storage ring. Dojo Master Yu stared at Yi Xian with undisguised anger. "What kind of person do you think the old man is?" Yi Xian didn't speak. He silently took out another storage ring and placed it in front of Dojo Master Yu. This time, there were 10,000 universe veins in the storage ring. Dojo Master Yu was slightly stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that the young man in front of him could take out 10,000 universe veins. However, he was still very tough. Dojo Master Yu stared at Yi Xian with a mocking smile. "The old man hates people like you who think you can do whatever you want just because you have some money." Yi Xian suddenly took out a storage ring and placed it on the table. There were 1,000,000 universe veins in the storage ring. 1,000,000. How terrifyingly huge was this wealth? It could be said that even if he sold books for 100,000 years, he wouldn't be able to obtain 1,000,000 universe veins. When Dojo Master Yu saw the 1,000,000 universe veins in the storage ring, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was petrified on the spot. 1,000,000 universe veins. 1,000,000. He had never seen so many universe veins in his entire life. Yi Xian looked at Dojo Master Yu with a calm expression. Dojo Master Yu gulped and then said, "Young master, please sit. Let's talk in detail. Servants, serve tea." Serve my top-grade immortal spirit tea. Yi Xian suddenly put away the storage ring on the table and turned to look at Xu Xian and Qingqiu. Let's go. Xu Xian nodded. Okay. The three of them left. Dojo Master Yu was stunned. Then he said angrily, "You dare to play with me?" Yi Xian turned to look at Dojo Master Yu and frowned. Play with you? Did I? Dojo Master Yu stared fixedly at Yi Xian with killing intent in his eyes. Yi Xian said seriously, "We came to buy books. Now, we won't buy them. Is there a problem?" Dojo Master Yu's expression suddenly became calm. No problem. At this moment, three mysterious experts suddenly appeared behind Yi Xian's group. Their auras weren't weak. They were all time walkers. They hadn't even reached the time immortal realm. Yi Xian glanced at the three of them, and then he looked at Dojo Master Yu. Dojo Master Yu, what's the meaning of this? We are all scholars. Do you want to use force? Dojo Master Yu was expressionless. Leave the storage ring and leave. Robbery. Xu Xian couldn't help but say angrily, "How can you do this? This is simply indecent. Shameless. Shameless." Poor Xu Xian. Even though he read a lot of books, he didn't have many words to curse at. Yi Xian sighed softly. Dojo Master Yu, we are all scholars. We should be reasonable. Do you think it's appropriate for you to do this? The three mysterious experts behind Yi Xian were about to make a move, but they were stopped by Dojo Master Yu. Dojo Master Yu looked at Yi Xian with apprehension. Is this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Thinking of this, Dojo Master Yu was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. This isn't normal. Can an ordinary person take out 1,000,000 universe veins so casually? Can he? That was obviously impossible. Only those top forces could take out 1,000,000 universe veins so easily. Most importantly, after his people had appeared, this young man was actually so calm and composed. Why is he so calm? Why? Strength. Or background? Thinking of this, Dojo Master Yu completely calmed down. At this moment, he was sure that this young man was definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He wanted to show off. Thinking of this, Dojo Master Yu suddenly glared at the three experts. Who let you come out? Get lost. The three powerhouses were shocked when they heard this. What the hell? Dojo Master Yu suddenly flew into a rage. What are you looking at? Get lost. The three experts looked at each other. They were still confused, but they didn't dare to ask. They immediately retreated. Next to Yi Xian, Xu Xian frowned. He was puzzled. Qingqiu glanced at Yi Xian beside her and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Yi Xian looked at Dojo Master Yu with a calm expression. Dojo Master Yu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young master, it was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Saying this, he took out a storage ring. This is the 12 books of ancient history. I'll give it to you as a gift to make a friend. Yi Xian hesitated and waved the storage ring in his hand. Don't you want to rob me? 1,000,000 universe veins. Dojo Master Yu said seriously, what are you talking about, young master? We are all scholars. How can we act like robbers? Do you think the old man has read so many books for nothing? The old man has justice in his heart. The old man's values are very correct. Yi Xian was speechless. This idiot didn't follow the rules. What should I do? I can't act tough anymore. Dojo Master Yu quickly said, young master, I did offend you just now. Please forgive me. I'll bow to you. I'm sorry. Saying this, he bowed deeply to Yi Xian. After bowing, he bowed to Xu Xian. I didn't treat you well just now. Please forgive me. I'm very sorry. Seeing this, Shu Xian quickly said, no. It's okay. It's a small matter. You don't have to be like this. Dojo Master Yu smiled. You should be someone who has a lot of knowledge. I have some basic ancient books here. I wonder if you're interested in studying them together? Hearing this, Shu Xian was overjoyed. Ancient books? Dojo Master Yu nodded. Yes. Shu Xian bowed. Thank you. Dojo Master Yu hurriedly pulled Shu Xian to the bookshelf. On the spot, Qing Qiu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young master, the development of the story seems to be different from what you imagined, right? Yi Xian smiled. What should the original plot be like? Qing Qiu thought for a while and said, I think he wanted to rob young master. But young master suddenly showed great strength and robbed him instead. Not only did he benefit from it, but it was also justifiable. He wouldn't have any psychological burden. Yi Xian glanced at Qing Qiu. He didn't say anything, but he was shocked. Qing Qiu smiled. It seems that reading is useful. Because by reading, one's brain will be sharper. One can analyze things and predict blessings and misfortunes, right? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. Saying so, he looked at Dojo Master Yu and said softly, this enemy has suddenly become smart. Why am I suddenly not used to it? I really miss those enemies who wanted to kill me at the slightest disagreement. Not only did they want to kill me, but they also wanted to kill my entire family. When Yi Xian spoke, he did not lower his voice. Hence, Dojo Master Yu could hear him clearly. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. Damn it! This idiot just wanted to act cool. Luckily, he didn't act cool, too scary. P.S. Chapter 10. What is an outburst? Is less than 10 chapters considered outburst? I hate those authors who say that they are outburst after a few chapters. Seriously. From today onwards, I will set a benchmark. Anything less than 10 chapters is not outburst. 7017K. Chapter 2289. Club owner. You saw them off in person. Yi Xian and the other two left the library. Watching Yi Xian and the other two leave, Master Yu felt relieved. Meanwhile, an old man walked over to Dojo Lord Yu's side, and the old man hesitated for a moment before he said, Dojo Lord, should we investigate that young man? Master Yu shook his head. No need. The old man was puzzled. Why? Master Yu said softly. He's someone we can't afford to offend. What's the difference if we investigate him or not? The old man said in a low voice. I don't see anything special about that young man. Master Yu said softly. That's why you're working for me. Then, he turned and left. The old man was speechless. In the distance, Shu Xian was holding the 12 volumes of history as if he had obtained a treasure. He was beaming with joy and excitement along the way. Qing Qiu, on the other hand, looked around curiously. She had never been to such a prosperous place before. Therefore, she was very curious about everything she saw at this moment. Suddenly, Yi Xian brought the two of them to a noodle stall. Yi Xian smiled. Boss, give me 3 bowls of noodles and 3 eggs. Okay. In the distance, the boss shouted and started to get busy. Qingqiu looked at Yi Xian curiously, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yi Xian smiled. Why are you looking at me? Qingqiu giggled. Young master, I suddenly feel that you're very handsome. Yi Xian gently tapped Qingqiu's head. Don't tell me the truth. Shu Xian, Qingqiu covered her mouth and giggled. Soon, 3 bowls of noodles were served. Looking at the 3 bowls of noodles in front of him, Yi Xian suddenly fell silent. Qingqiu said softly, What's wrong? Yi Xian smiled. I miss my sister. Yi Ling. He hadn't seen Yi Ling for a long time. Qing Qiu hesitated and said, Can I be your sister too? Yi Xian looked at Qing Qiu and said with a smile, My sisters are very powerful. Qing Qiu's expression dimmed as he lowered his head slightly. Yi Xian smiled and said, Are you not confident? Qing Qiu looked up abruptly. Yes. Yi Xian laughed. Qing Qiu suddenly said, Brother young master, I will definitely be the strongest among all your sisters. Yi Xian blinked. The difficulty is a little high. Qing Qiu asked seriously, Is it very high? Nodding his head, Yi Xian took out a pair of chopsticks and placed it before Qing Qiu with a smile. You don't have to be the best, but you can make it unique. After a moment of silence, Qing Qiu said, I understand. After that, she picked up the bowl of noodles in front of her and started to eat. Although Qing Qiu looked gentle and quiet, his eating could be called wild. A bowl of noodles was already finished in less than 3 breaths of time. Her eating speed was comparable to Tian Qi's. This was ridiculous. She was starving. After eating, Qing Qiu noticed Yi Xian was looking at her, and she blushed. Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you want more? Qing Qiu nodded and put up a finger. Yi Xian smiled and said, Boss, give me another bowl. Qing Qiu smiled. 10 bowls, Yi Xian was taken aback, then shook his head and smiled. You are too hasty. Soon, 10 bowls of noodles were served. Yi Xian looked at Qing Qiu who was wolfing down the food in front of him, and his heart suddenly became very calm. Is cultivation a battle? Does cultivation mean seclusion to comprehend? Does cultivation mean that I have to constantly force myself? Yes. The above 3 methods were his cultivation methods all along. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that life was also cultivation. The fickleness of human nature was also a kind of cultivation for the heart. If he didn't calm down, how could he discover so many beautiful things around him? Just like at this moment, looking at Qing Qiu wolfing down the food, he felt that it was very beautiful. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly interrupted Yi Xian's thoughts. Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman walking towards him slowly from not far away. The woman had a voluptuous figure, and her steps were light. She wore a snow-white dress with a purple chiffon on the outside, and a dark purple belt around her waist. Her eyes were like water, but there was a touch of coldness in them, as if she could see through everything. Behind the woman, there were 12 golden armored guards. These 12 golden armored guards had a profound aura, and they were all Rebirth Walker realm. Rebirth Walker realm. Needless to say, this was very scary. It should be noted that the highest realm that Yi Xian knew was mysterious awareness. Her strength was extraordinary. Yi Xian looked at the woman walking towards him, and he suddenly felt very happy. It was obvious that this beautiful woman had discovered his uniqueness in this vast crowd, and had come to make friends with him. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Although he had tried his best to keep a low profile, outstanding people were outstanding no matter where they went. Just like gold, it would shine no matter where it was. At this moment, the woman walked to Yi Xian and Qing Qiu's side. Yi Xian was about to get up, but the woman suddenly looked at Qing Qiu. Are you willing to follow me? Yi Xian was stunned. Not here to look for me? What the hell? Qing Qiu was also stunned. It was obvious that she had not expected this woman to be here to look for her. Around them, people exclaimed, It's the immortal ancient heaven. The immortal ancient heaven. The young city lord of the immortal ancient city, the most talented person in the immortal ancient city, and the youngest mysterious awareness realm cultivator in the immortal ancient city. At the same time, she was one of the 2 beauties of the immortal universe. In the eyes of countless people, she was a perfect fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful woman. She had the looks, the strength, and the family background. At this moment, when the crowd found out that it was the immortal ancient heaven, they all looked at Qingqiu with envy. It was obvious that the young city lord of the immortal ancient city had taken a fancy to Qingqiu. Qingqiu was stunned by Xian Gudian's question. After a while, she came to her senses and hurriedly looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled, "This lady thinks highly of you, and wants you to follow her. Are you willing?" Qingqiu got up and bowed slightly to Xian Gudian, "Thank you for thinking highly of me, but," as she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian, "I want to follow Big Brother Young Lord." Big Brother Young Lord. Hearing this, Xian Gudian frowned slightly. She turned to look at Yi Xian, "Can we talk in private?" Yi Xian nodded, "All right." Xian Gudian turned around and walked to the side. Yi Xian stood up and followed her. Meanwhile, he suddenly felt his sleeve tighten. When he turned around, he saw Qingqiu staring at him nervously. Yi Xian grinned, "Don't worry." Qingqiu hesitated for a moment, and then she let go. Yi Xian and Xian Gudian walked towards the distance. At this moment, more than a dozen divine senses locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Xian Gudian turned his head and glanced at the guards. The guards immediately retracted their divine senses and slightly bowed. Xian Gudian turned to look at Yi Xian, "My apologies." Yi Xian glanced at Xian Gudian and felt slightly surprised. Xian Gudian suddenly said, "That girl's physique isn't simple at all, and her future accomplishments are limitless. However, she needs a larger platform. Without a larger platform, her natural talent and physique will be buried." She stopped moving when she spoke up to this point, and then she turned around to look at Yi Xian, "I'm not looking down on you, but I feel that I can give her better. If my words offended you, then I apologize." Yi Xian grinned, and then he turned to glance at Qingqiu. At this moment, Qingqiu was looking at him nervously. Obviously, she was afraid that he would sell her out. Yi Xian smiled, and then he looked at Xian Gudian, "I'm Yi Xian, what's your name?" Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian, "Xian Gudian." Yi Xian smiled, "Miss Yao, you're right. She really does need a larger platform. So, it might be better for her to follow me." Xian Gudian's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard this, and she just stared at Yi Xian as if she wanted to see through Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned, "I didn't mean to offend you. I appreciate Miss' good intentions on behalf of my Qingqiu." As he spoke, he bowed slightly, and then he turned around and left. Xian Gudian remained silent. Yi Xian walked over to Qingqiu and Shu Xian, and then Qingqiu hurriedly grabbed Yi Xian's right sleeve. Yi Xian smiled, "Let's go." Qingqiu's expression instantly relaxed when she heard this. The three of them stood up and left. Yi Xian suddenly asked Qingqiu, "Do you know that girl from just now? She's very formidable. If you follow her, then you'll be able to live a good life in the future." Qingqiu fell silent for a moment, and then she said, "I know." Yi Xian was a little curious, "Then why didn't you agree?" Qingqiu fell silent for a moment, and then she said, "If you follow her, you'll be invincible in the universe of gods. If you follow Big Brother Young Master, you'll be invincible in the entire universe." Hearing this, Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at Qingqiu. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this girl in front of him was somewhat unfamiliar. Qingqiu lowered her head slightly, and she was somewhat nervous. After a moment, Yi Xian grinned, "Don't be nervous, it's good to have ambition." Hearing this, Qingqiu's heart instantly relaxed. The group left. In front of the noodle stall, Xian Gudian came to the table and sat down, and a bowl of noodles was quickly served. The boss of the noodle stall was about to cry. Such a big shot came to eat noodles. Xian Gudian looked at the noodles in front of her for a long time, and then she suddenly moved her chopsticks. At this moment, an old man appeared beside Xian Gudian, and the old man bowed slightly, "Miss, that person doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Do you want this subordinate to, Xian Gudian glanced coldly at the old man, and the latter's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. Xian Gudian slowly closed her eyes. From this moment onwards, you don't have to follow me. The old man was horrified, and his voice trembled. Miss, Xian Gudian spoke softly, I don't want to have stupid people by my side. If I stay with stupid people, I'm afraid that I'll become stupid as well. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and it didn't take long for two mysterious experts to take the old man away. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman slowly walked over to Xian Gudian's side, bowed slightly, and said, they didn't leave the city and went to Antique Street. I sent people to escort them in secret, so no one caused trouble for them. Xian Gudian turned to look at the beautiful woman. Aunt Lan, what do you think of that youth? The beautiful woman fell silent for a moment, and then she said, ignoring strength, his mental state and bearing are at the top of the world, and he might even surpass you. There are 3 points. Firstly, with your status, anyone who sees you would be nervous and timid, but this youth is calm and composed when facing you, and he doesn't seem nervous at all. Secondly, with your beauty, ordinary men would feel a sense of inferiority when seeing you, but when he spoke to you, he dared to look you straight in the eye, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. She paused for a moment, and then she said, this is a person with an extremely strong heart. Xian Gudian ate a mouthful of noodles, and then she said, and the 3rd point? The beautiful woman said, when he spoke to you, we enveloped him with our divine sense, and he revealed a displeased expression. This means that he is an extremely powerful person, because only experts would dare to act like that. If it was a weak person, they would be nervous and apprehensive. Xian Gudian suddenly put down her chopsticks. There is one more thing. The beautiful woman bowed slightly. Miss, please speak. I'm listening. Xian Gudian looked at the noodles in front of her. He eats noodles very naturally. To what extent? It's so natural that it seems like he eats it on a regular basis. She stood up and said, this is a youth who walked out from suffering. At the same time, his identity isn't simple at all. He was probably specially sent out by a powerful power to gain experience. When she spoke up to this point, she turned to look at the stall owner. Did they not pay for their noodles just now? The stall owner was stunned, and then he hurriedly nodded. Those 3 really hadn't paid for their noodles when they left just now. Xian Gudian opened her palm, and a small cloth bag slowly floated over to the stall owner. I'll pay for their noodles. With that, she turned around and left. P.S. 11 chapters. Those readers who said they didn't last more than 10 chapters, come out and apologize, vote, and tip. Be more self-aware. Thank you. 7017K. Chapter 2290. Immortal Ancient City, Antique Street. To put it bluntly, this antique street was filled with street stalls. This place was a mix of good and bad people. There were all kinds of people here. Some people could find good things here, but most of them were scammers. Coming to this place was suggested by Xu Xian. He wanted to see if there were any ancient books here. When they came to Antique Street, Yi Xian frowned slightly. This place was a little dark. The antique street wasn't spacious. There were some ancient buildings on both sides. The lighting was dim, and there was a kind of gloomy and oppressive feeling. Yi Xian looked into the distance. The street was quite long. On both sides of the street, there was a stall every 100 feet or so. These stall owners were very mysterious. Because they were all dressed in black robes, it was as if they were shameful. The 3 of them walked down the street. Along the way, Yi Xian glanced around and didn't see anything good. At this moment, Xu Xian quickly walked in front of a stall. On that stall, there was a worn-out ancient book. This ancient book's surface was already damaged. One look and one could tell that it had a long history. Xu Xian picked it up and took a look. He instantly smiled as if he had found a treasure. Yi Xian took a look and found that this ancient book was just an ordinary record, like a diary. Xu Xian turned to look at Qing Qiu and smiled. This kind of thing can best reflect the true situation of that era. After saying that, he looked at the stall owner. Stall owner, how much is this? The stall owner raised a finger, 1 universe vein. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This wasn't worth 1 universe vein. But Xu Xian directly handed the stall owner a universe meridian. Yi Xian looked at Xu Xian. Xu Xian smiled. Knowledge should be respected. Yi Xian was silent. Knowledge. He knew a few knowledgeable people. Sister Nian, Qin Guan. They were all very powerful, but their power came from their strength. Would people who were purely knowledgeable be respected if they didn't have powerful strength? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. The three of them continued forward. When he was about to reach the end, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at the stall at the side. On the stall, he saw a rusty iron sword. Yi Xian was a little curious. He walked in front of the stall owner and picked up the rusty iron sword. As soon as he picked it up, the iron sword suddenly shattered into pieces. Yi Xian was stunned. What the hell? At this moment, the stall owner looked up at Yi Xian. It's broken. The stall owner was a woman wearing a long black robe. Her face was covered, revealing only a pair of eyes. Yi Xian said solemnly, it's broken. The stall owner said calmly, should I compensate? Yi Xian was speechless. The stall owner said, not much, just 100,000 universe veins. As she spoke, she stretched out her jade-like hand. It was very white and very tender. Yi Xian understood. This was a trap. Extortion. Yi Xian smiled and said, 100,000 universe veins, isn't that too little? The stall owner looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of the stall owner. Inside the storage ring, there were 1 million universe veins. 1 million. The stall owner's left hand suddenly clenched. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss, do you think it's not enough? If it's not enough. As he spoke, he took out another storage ring and placed it in front of the woman. This time, there were 5 million universe veins in the storage ring. 5 million. Seeing this, the stall owner's expression instantly changed. At this moment, she knew that she had offended someone she shouldn't have. She hurriedly pushed the 2 storage rings back to Yi Xian and said, Sir, it's just a misunderstanding. Yi Xian looked at the stall owner and didn't say anything. The stall owner hurriedly got up and bowed. It's a misunderstanding. Yi Xian blinked. I'm not listening. The stall owner, Yi Xian, turned to look at Qing Qiu and said with a smile, choose an item from the stall. After saying that, he turned to look at the stall owner. There's no problem, right? The stall owner hurriedly shook her head. No, no. Yi Xian smiled and said, Qing Qiu, choose. Qing Qiu hesitated for a moment and then picked up a small pot. Yi Xian smiled and said, let's go. After saying that, he put away the 3 storage rings and left with Qing Qiu and Xu Xian. The stall owner immediately heaved a sigh of relief. We've met a tough one. After Yi Xian and the others left the antique street, a black-robed man suddenly blocked the 3 of them. Wealth shouldn't be exposed. Just now, Yi Xian had taken out those 3 storage rings, so he was obviously being targeted. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed man and said with a smile, what's the matter? The black-robed man said hoarsely, leave the storage rings and leave. Yi Xian blinked. How dare you? The black-robed man slowly clenched his right hand. I want to risk it. If I risk it, maybe I can have a beautiful future. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly dashed forward and threw a punch at Yi Xian. However, Just as he punched, a sword directly pierced his forehead. Boom! The black-robed man was nailed to the spot by this sword, unable to move. Instant kill. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of disbelief. Yi Xian sighed softly. Do you think I'm very weak? The black-robed man, Yi Xian opened his palm and the black-robed man's storage ring flew into his hand. He glanced at it. There were only a few thousand universe veins in the storage ring. Seeing this, Yi Xian was speechless. Too poor. Yi Xian turned to look at Xu Xian and Qing Qiu. Let's go. After saying that, he turned and left. After buying a lot of materials in the city, Yi Xian and the other two left. After all, Guanxian Academy urgently needed a lot of materials. After returning to the academy, Yi Xian went to the library and began to read. He was immersed in the sea of books. As for the miscellaneous matters of Guanxian Academy, they were all handled by Xu Xian. After having money, Xu Xian began to recruit people and rebuild Guanxian Academy. After all, the current Guanxian Academy was too simple. In the library, Yi Xian was reading those realms that Qin Guan had organized. There were hundreds of realms, but after Qin Guan organized them, there were less than 20 realms. Yi Xian. De Daobi. Yi Xian was researching this realm. To research this realm, he had to know De Daobi first. De Daobi could write the fate of the universe. In layman's terms, this pen could dictate the fate of all living beings. Although it was just an executor, it could indeed change one's fate. Which cultivator didn't want to dictate their own fate? De Daobi. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly whispered, "Brother Bai, can we talk?" Milky Way. In the small room, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Talk my ass. Do I know you well?" In Guanxian Academy, Yi Xian didn't get any response. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. "How about I get Qing to talk to you?" Boom! In front of Yi Xian, the space suddenly trembled violently. Then, an illusory pen appeared in front of Yi Xian. De Daobi. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he got up and smiled, "Brother Bai, hello." De Daobi calmly said, "What do you want to talk about?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I want to reach the Yi Xian realm." De Daobi looked at Yi Xian, "Then go cultivate." "Why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Miss Qin Guan said in the book that to reach the Yi Xian realm, one must feel the trajectory of fate. Only then can one know the profound, but I can't feel the trajectory of fate." De Daobi's voice was indifferent. "If you can't feel it, then continue cultivating." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Brother Bai, I'll let Qing come. You don't seem that friendly to me." Saying that, he was about to call Qing. De Daobi suddenly said, "Wait." Yi Xian looked at De Daobi. De Daobi was silent for a moment, then said, "I don't think that's necessary, right?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "But you don't seem that friendly to me." De Daobi was silent. At this moment, it really wanted to hit someone. But it still forced itself to hold back. As De Daobi, no one knew better than it how terrifying the person behind this guy was. De Daobi tried to calm itself down and said softly, "Talk, we can talk." Yi Xian blinked, "I didn't threaten you, did I?" De Daobi was silent for a long time, then said, "No." Yi Xian nodded, "That's good. These days, I read a lot of books. I think a person should be reasonable. Do you think I am reasonable?" De Daobi, Yi Xian smiled slightly, "Brother Bai, let's get back to business. These days, I have been trying to sense the path of fate, but I have not found anything, which is quite distressing. Brother Bai, as De Daobi, the traveler of the path of fate, you should have a way, right?" Dedeabi was silent for a moment, then said, as far as I know, to reach the profound understanding realm, you must first become a reincarnation walker, and you are not even a time controller now, crossing two big realms. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Yi Xian said seriously, Brother Bai, I think you are wrong. I don't cultivate realms, I have no interest in cultivating realms. The reason why I want to know about the profound understanding realm is because I am interested. As for realms, again, don't use realms to measure me. Dedeabi was silent for a long time. If you don't have an invincible sister, it did not continue. It really wanted to kill this pretentious guy in front of it. Don't cultivate realms? Is that even human? What the hell? Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Even if I don't have an invincible sister, I still have an invincible father. Dedeabi, Yi Xian said with a smile, Brother Bai, let's get back to business. Dedeabi was silent for a long time, then said, I can help you, but I will only help you once. In the future, you can't look for me. What do you think? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, No. Dedeabi, Yi Xian said with a smile, Brother Bai, don't be so prejudiced against me. If we can be friends, I will be grateful in the future if you make things convenient for me. For example, if I say to Qing, you are a very good friend of mine. Dedeabi suddenly trembled. The next moment, an illusory long brush appeared in front of Yi Xian. My clone, holding this brush, can use 30% of my strength. A brush tip can cut 100,000 galaxies in the universe, can control all ancient Daos and Dharma, above all living beings in the universe, only below the divine book and the ancient character. With the divine book, any known universe can be unimpeded. From now on, as long as you want, you can reach any realm at any time, of course, only for half an hour. At this point, it paused, then said, if the divine book and the ancient character don't appear, you are invincible. Yi Xian asked, what if the divine book and the ancient character come out? Dedeabi was silent for a moment, then said, your sister is invincible. Yi Xian. The Milky Way. In the depths of a mountain range, a woman was walking in the mountains. The woman was wearing a plain dress. At this moment it was drizzling, but the woman in the plain dress was not wet at all. The mountain was surrounded by clouds, like a fairyland. Soon, the woman in the plain dress arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a stone house at the top of the mountain. The woman in the plain dress walked to the door of the stone house. She opened the door. Inside the stone house sat a man. In front of the man was a desk. On the desk, there were two thick books. On the left book, two words could be vaguely seen, invincible. Next to the two books, there was a piece of white paper. On the paper were 6 big black words. And next to the paper, there was a pen case without a pen. In the man's right hand, there was a cup of water. Seeing the woman in the plain dress, the man smiled. Finally, you found it. The woman in the plain dress looked at the man. After a long time, her expression suddenly became ferocious. Her whole person like a madman roared, why are you so weak? Why? Boom! In an instant, except for this stone house, the mountains were all destroyed. And this stone house, inch by inch, was annihilated. The man was silent. The woman in the plain dress stared at the man. Why? Why can't you be stronger? Why? The man did not answer. The woman in the plain dress slowly closed her eyes. You have greatly disappointed me. After saying that, she turned around and walked to the front of the mountain. She raised her head to look at the depths of the starry sky. Her eyes gradually became a bit dazed. Brother, I am so panicked. I don't want to be invincible. I really don't want to be invincible. Brother, panic. This was the second time in her life that she panicked. The first time was because she lost her brother, and this time. Why panic? Because invincible. She was really invincible. Invincible to the point that no one could pose a threat to her, and the person she saw just now, was her current last hope. Of course, she did not think that that person could kill her. She only thought that, that person just now, perhaps, could pose a little threat to her. A little threat. Just a little threat would be enough. However, she was disappointed. Completely disappointed. When she saw that man, her last trace of hope was shattered. So weak? She could not imagine that person was actually this weak. A light breeze blew, the woman in the plain dress's dress fluttered high in the wind. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The woman in the plain dress stood at the top of the mountain, feeling very lonely. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress slowly closed her eyes and said softly, "Brother, when you are invincible in the world, I will go and kill the two of them." As she spoke, she raised her head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Her expression gradually turned cold, and there was a trace of disdain in the corner of her mouth. Invincible? Who dares to call themselves invincible in front of me? P.S. Chapter 12. Those who said that my outburst wouldn't last more than 5 chapters, please come out and vote. Thank you. Dare I ask my brothers, did you give your all today? Please call me the 12th watch egg. If you still call me an idiot today, I will fall out with you. Thank you. Finally, tickets. Where are your tickets? 7017K. Chapter 2291. The Daebi. Yi Xian looked at the pen in his hand and fell into silence. External object. Super external object. One stroke of the pen could cut through hundreds of thousands of galaxies and universes. As long as he wanted to, he could reach any realm. He tried, and he directly reached the knowing profound realm on the spot. After reaching the knowing profound realm, he glanced around, and at this moment, he seemed to see the fate of all living beings. However, he did not know whether it was because of him or the Daebi, but he could not see the results. Yi Xian looked at the fate of Qingqiu, and soon, he frowned. Qingqiu's fate was actually hazy, and he could not see it clearly at all. Yi Xian was silent. This girl's future would be very extraordinary. Retracting his thoughts, Yi Xian's gaze once again fell on the Daebi. Although he obtained this pen, he became more and more cautious. This kind of external object was very easy to rely on. He could not rely on this object too much, but he could use this object to improve himself. After all, external objects were external objects. If one day, the Daebi took back this pen, wouldn't it be a pain in the ass? He could now use this pen to improve himself. After thinking it through, Yi Xian activated the Daebi and directly let his realm reach the knowing profound realm. After reaching the knowing profound realm, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He was carefully feeling everything around him, and he could feel the fate trajectory. To feel, and then to familiarize. Fate trajectory. Because of the Daebi's help, he could very clearly feel the fate trajectory of everything around him. However, he could not interfere. To be more accurate, he could not forcibly interfere. He could only do his best. Yi Xian began to slowly study this knowing profound realm. Knowing profound realm, knowing profound realm. His goal was to be able to reach the knowing profound realm in the future without the Daebi. Just like that, Yi Xian spent the rest of his time in Guanxian Academy. Other than cultivating, he was reading. With Yi Xian's financial support, Guanxian Academy also underwent earth-shattering changes. The size of the entire main hall doubled, and not only that, Guanxian Academy also built a few more libraries. In addition, Guanxian Academy also recruited some people. Of course, they were all ordinary people. Only ordinary people would come to this academy. Early in the morning, Yi Xian lay quietly in front of the library of books. The sunlight shone down and covered his body with a thin layer of golden gauze. Yi Xian held an ancient book in his left hand and a cup of spirit tea in his right. On his waist was a brush without a case. Yi Xian watched with great interest, unable to extricate himself. At this time, a woman slowly walked to Yi Xian's side. It was Qingqiu. Qing Qiu brought the cup of spiritual tea to Yi Xian's side. "Brother young master. The tea should be changed." Yi Xian looked at Qing Qiu and smiled. "Thank you." Then he put down the teacup in his hand and took Qing Qiu's tea. Qing Qiu hesitated and said, "Brother young master, I need more and more money for my cultivation." Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and a storage ring flew in front of Qing Qiu. There were 1,000,000 universe veins in the storage ring. Qing Qiu was stunned. Yi Xian continued to read. "Take it and cultivate." Qing Qiu trembled. "Wh. Why?" Yi Xian looked at Qing Qiu. "What why?" Qing Qiu looked at Yi Xian. "Why? Why are you so good to me?" Yi Xian blinked. "Didn't you call me brother young master? I am the big brother. Isn't it normal for a big brother to be good to a little sister?" Qing Qiu was stunned. Yi Xian smiled. "Go and cultivate." Qing Qiu was silent for a long time. With that, she picked up the storage ring and left. Yi Xian looked at the departing Qing Qiu. He shook his head with a smile and continued to read. When the sun was about to set, Xu Xian suddenly walked to Yi Xian's side. "Young master." Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Xu Xian. Smiling, he asked, "What's wrong?" Xu Xian said excitedly. "Young master, I just learned that Immortal Ancient City's Immortal Treasure Pavilion is going to auction a precious ancient book." Yi Xian frowned. "Precious ancient book?" Xu Xian nodded. "Divine Tao Code. This was written by Miss Qin Guan. It contains the world's divine techniques, Tao techniques, and Dharma spells. It is extremely precious." Qin Guan. Yi Xian fell silent. Xu Xian said excitedly, "Young master, are we going to auction it?" Yi Xian fell silent for a long time before he nodded. "Yes." Xu Xian was extremely excited. "I'll go with you, young master." Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he shook his head. "I'll go by myself. You need to control the situation here." Xu Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said with slight pity, "All right." Yi Xian smiled. "Don't waste it. I'll show it to you first when I buy it." Xu Xian was overjoyed. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes." Xu Xian immediately bowed deeply, and then he said hurriedly, "I'll prepare a carriage for you, young master." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. "A carriage?" Yi Xian was stunned. Yi Xian arrived at the entrance, and Xu Xian had already prepared a carriage. Xu Xian bowed slightly. "Young master, please." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "A carriage it is then." As soon as he finished speaking, he boarded the carriage, and it quickly disappeared into the distance. The entire universe of gods was shocked when they found out that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was going to auction the Divine Path Codex. Qin Guan. Who was that? She was the pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and the most extraordinary woman in the world. Before this, the physical cultivation of the universe was in a mess, and it was Miss Qin Guan who reformed the physical cultivation of the realms. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that she had created some new realms. The Profound Awareness realm originally had 6 small realms, but after Miss Qin Guan's modifications, only 2 remained. The first was the Profound Awareness realm, and the second was the Profound Insight realm. The most terrifying thing was that she had deleted the realms above the Profound Insight realm, and created a whole new realm. The first person in history. That was the evaluation of Qin Guan by the universe of gods. And now, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was actually going to auction the Divine Path Codex that she had written. In an instant, the entire universe of gods was shaken. Then, Countless super forces and experts rushed to the ancient immortal city. No one knew what the Divine Path Codex was, but everyone knew that it was definitely not an ordinary divine item. That was because it was written by Miss Qin Guan. In an instant, as countless people rushed into the ancient immortal city, the entire city became extremely lively. At this time, Yi Xian also entered the ancient immortal city with his carriage. After asking around, he came to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion in the ancient immortal city had a total of 9 floors, and it was very grand and luxurious. At this moment, there were already some experts gathered around the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. These were all people who could not enter. To participate in this auction, one had to have a personal asset of 5 million universe veins. When Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion with his carriage, countless people looked over. Carriage? What was that? When Yi Xian walked out of the carriage, everyone's expression became strange. Because Yi Xian had concealed his aura, and because of Dedeabi, he looked like an ordinary person. He was wearing a very ordinary green robe. He held an ancient scroll in his hand, and there was a brush without a case hanging from his waist. He looked really shabby, especially that brush. It was so cheap that it didn't even have a case. Yi Xian ignored the gazes of the surrounding people and walked toward the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. When one was alive, one shouldn't care about the gazes of others because one lived for oneself, not for others. Of course, the most important reason was that, in his opinion, he was richer than the people watching him, looking down on me? What a joke! Only with strength could one truly ignore the gazes of others because one was more awesome than them. When Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, a woman obstructed Yi Xian's path. She was around the age of 20, wore a white dress, and had long hair that fluttered in the wind. She had a gentle bearing and a faint smile on her face. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and grinned, "Young master, I need you to show me your assets." Assets? Yi Xian was stunned. What assets? The woman smiled and explained, to participate in this auction, one's assets must be at least 5 million universe veins. 5 million universe veins. Yi Xian nodded slightly, so that's how it is. As he spoke, he was about to withdraw his spatial ring when an exclamation resounded from the side, "It's the eldest young miss of the immortal ancient heaven." The immortal ancient heaven. Everyone looked to the side. A woman was walking over slowly from afar. Her clothes were white like snow, and her expression was cold like an iceberg. All the men here held their breaths when they saw her. She was too beautiful. She was definitely the dream lover of countless men. But it didn't take long for them to lower their heads and not dare to look her in the eye. Right at this moment, immortal ancient heaven suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, and she was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned, "Miss Ancient Heaven." Everyone here was stunned when they heard this. This young man knows immortal ancient heaven? Immortal ancient heaven walked slowly over to Yi Xian. "You've come to participate in the auction as well?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes. I've come to have a look." Immortal ancient heaven pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Together? Together?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the cultivators here were flabbergasted. The immortal ancient heaven is actually inviting this young man? Yi Xian grinned, "It would be my honor." Immortal ancient heaven nodded slightly, and then she glanced at the brush on Yi Xian's waist. She hesitated for a moment before she said, "What's that?" Yi Xian blinked, "Do you want to know?" Immortal ancient heaven nodded. Yi Xian grinned. He moved closer to immortal ancient heaven, and then he bent down and whispered by her ear, "Dedeabi." Dedeabi. Immortal ancient heaven was stunned. At this moment, she'd completely overlooked the fact that Yi Xian was so close to her. On the other hand, all the cultivators here were stunned. So close? They're actually that close? At this moment, Yi Xian blinked. You are the only one I can tell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The pretty woman glanced at Yi Xian and Immortal Ancient Heaven. She hesitated for a moment, but she didn't ask Yi Xian to reveal his wealth in the end. Immortal Ancient Heaven fell silent for a moment before she followed him in. Ancient Immortal City. In the main hall, a beautiful woman was drinking tea while an old man was whispering something in front of her. A long time passed before the beautiful woman frowned slightly. So close? The old man nodded. She asked, "What's Xiao's reaction?" The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "There's no reaction at all." The beautiful woman's face instantly fell, and a long time passed before she slowly closed her eyes. "Keep observing." The old man nodded and left silently. The beautiful woman's gaze gradually turned icy cold. Not just anyone can match up to my Yao. Chapter 2292. After entering the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, his field of vision immediately widened. He was now in a huge square that could hold over 100,000 people. At the center of the square was a circular platform that was dozens of meters long and wide. At this moment, there were 6 peerless beauties dancing on the platform. These 6 women all had hot figures. They wore very little inside, revealing their stomachs and thighs. Their clothes were made of thin muslin, and as they danced, many parts of their bodies were faintly discernible. It was extremely seductive. However, they were not vulgar. Especially the woman in the lead who wore a veil. Although one could not see her face clearly, from her silhouette, she was definitely a devastatingly beautiful woman. Especially her figure, it was truly hot to the extreme, enough to make countless men commit crimes. Yi Xian could not help but take a few more glances at the veiled woman. Of course, his eyes were clear, and there was not the slightest bit of lust in them. Ever since he started studying, his thoughts had become pure, and those kinds of perverted thoughts were very, very few. When Yi Xian and Xian Gudian entered, there were already some people gathered in the hall. There were not many, only a few dozen people. At this moment, their arrival attracted the gazes of many people in the hall. Of course, most of them were looking at Xian Gudian. Xian Gudian's expression was calm. She was already used to such gazes. After all, she was beautiful. At this moment, an old man suddenly slowly walked before Xian Gudian and slightly bowed. "Miss Xian Gudian, I am the branch president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Nanqing. If you need anything, just let me know." Xian Gudian slightly nodded, "Many thanks." Nanqing slightly smiled, "Miss Xian Gudian, your seat is in the first row at the front of the circular platform. Follow me." With that, he turned around and led the way. Xian Gudian followed, but she only took 2 steps before she stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian in confusion. "Why are you not leaving?" Yi Xian blinked. "He said that your seat is in the first row, but he didn't say that mine is in the first row as well." Xian Gudian slightly shook her head. "You will sit with me." With that, she slightly paused and looked at Nanqing. "Is that all right?" Nanqing glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "Of course." Just like that, Yi Xian and Xian Gudian sat in the first row. Meanwhile, the gazes of many people had started to descend onto Yi Xian. Curiosity and jealousy. After all, everyone knew that the immortal ancient heaven never treated men well. Yet now, she was actually sitting side by side with a man. More and more people curiously sized up Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and said, "Like a dagger on my back." Xian Gudian turned to look at Yi Xian. "Are you afraid?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No." After a moment of silence, Xian Gudian said, "You are very confident, confident to the point that I am quite shocked." Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the women dancing on the stage. To be more precise, he was looking at the veiled woman. In addition to admiration, there was a hint of other emotions in his eyes. He had Dedeabi, which could see through all concealment techniques. Xian Gudian looked at the 6 women dancing gracefully on the stage and suddenly said, "Are they beautiful?" Yi Xian was slightly startled, and then he smiled and said, "Are you talking about the dance or the person?" Xian Gudian's expression was calm. "The dance and the person." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "The dance is beautiful, but the person is even more beautiful." Xian Gudian was expressionless. Yi Xian continued to admire the dance. Righteous and pure people saw everything as pure, just like him. At that moment, Xian Gudian suddenly said, "Are they beautiful or am I beautiful?" After she finished speaking, she was stunned. Why did she ask that? Why did she compare herself to these dancers? Thinking to there, she frowned and felt somewhat displeased at her slip of the tongue. However, she had already spoken and could not take it back. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Yao, this question of yours. It's not easy for me to answer." "Can I not answer it?" Xian Gudian turned around to look at Yi Xian. "Is it difficult to answer?" Yi Xian thought for a bit, and then he said, "Miss Yao, a beautiful body is nothing more than a bag of skin. A noble soul is what is truly noble. Miss Yao, do you know why I like you?" "Like me?" Xian Gudian was stunned. Was this a confession? Her heartbeat suddenly sped up, but it quickly returned to normal. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Because Miss Xian Gudian has a noble soul." Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "I once saw this line in an ancient book: true experts are willing to use the freedom of the weak as their boundary." After speaking, he looked at Xian Gudian and said with a smile, "When I first met Miss liked Qing Qiu and wanted to take her as a disciple. However, you respected our intentions. Moreover, you gave us sufficient respect. I feel that this is how experts should be. An expert who is willing to reason with those who are weaker than him and respect the wishes of those who are weaker than him. I feel that this is what it means to be a true expert. A person who bullies the weak and fears the strong, no matter how strong he is not worthy of being called an expert." Xian Gudian remained silent for a long time, and then she said, "Young Master Yi, you are a different kind of man." Yi Xian was speechless. Right at that moment, a young man walked over. He walked directly in front of Xian Gudian and smiled slightly. "Miss Yao, long time no see." Xian Gudian nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The young man didn't feel embarrassed, and he smiled slightly. "Did Miss Yao also come for the Divine Tao Code?" Xian Gudian nodded. Her expression was calm and even slightly cold. The young man smiled. "It seems like our objectives are the same." Xian Gudian glanced at the young man. Young Master Yen might be speaking nonsense, but who hasn't come for the Divine Tao Code? This wasn't just coldness, it was impoliteness. The young man's expression instantly froze, and he felt quite embarrassed. However, he quickly returned to normal, and then he suddenly gazed at Yi Xian and changed the topic. He smiled, "Brother, who are you?" Yi Xian grinned. "Yi Xian." The young man smiled, "So it's Brother Yi. May I know where Brother Yi is from?" "Where is he from?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'm from Green City." The young man pondered for a moment, and then he frowned slightly and said, "Green City?" Yi Xian nodded. The young man shook his head. "I've never heard of it." Yi Xian smiled, "It's just a small place, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. As for me, I'm just an ordinary scholar." The young man smiled, "Brother Yi, you're being too humble. How could someone who obtained Miss Xian Gudian's favor be an ordinary person?" Xian Gudian's beautiful brows knit together when she heard this. Obviously, she was quite displeased. Yi Xian glanced at Xian Gudian and grinned, I'm honored as well. Xian Gudian instantly rolled her eyes at Yi Xian when she heard this. Her gaze was extremely flirtatious, and even she hadn't noticed it. Everyone in the surroundings had witnessed this scene. At this instant, all of them were stunned. It wasn't normal. Their relationship is definitely not normal. As for young Master Yan, he was stunned when he saw this, and then his expression instantly turned gloomy and cold. He was jealous. It wasn't a secret that he pursued Xian Gudian, and the world looked favorably upon him as well. Because he was the young master of Skyward City, Yan Bianyue. Their backgrounds were on par, and they were a perfect match. It could be said to be a match made in heaven. However, only he knew that Xian Gudian didn't have any feelings for him, and he didn't care. After all, Xian Gudian treated all men in the same way. But at this moment, he noticed that Xian Gudian treated him in a completely different way. It was ambiguous. It was ambiguous. Yan Bianyue's expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and he didn't conceal it at all. Xian Gudian immediately frowned when she noticed Yan Bianyue's expression. At this moment, she suddenly felt quite regretful. She knew that her gaze from before had caused many to misunderstand. Moreover, it might cause endless trouble for Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yan Bianyue glanced at Yi Xian, and then he turned around and left. He was naturally not stupid enough to flare up here. Because if he did, then he would first offend the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and then he would offend Xian Gudian. However, he wasn't in a hurry because he had plenty of opportunities. Once Yan Bianyue left, the gazes of everyone here towards Yi Xian and Xian Gudian had become strange. Yan Bianyue suddenly said, we'll leave together once it's over. Yi Xian blinked, do you intend to protect me forever? Yan Bianyue gazed at Yi Xian and fell silent. He's quite improper, but why don't I dislike him at all? Yi Xian suddenly smiled, it's fine. Xian Gudian spoke softly, young Master Yi, you're so mysterious. I've always been underestimating you, right? Yi Xian smiled, which aspect are you referring to? Strength or background? Xian Gudian gazed at Yi Xian, both. Yi Xian gazed at Xian Gudian and smiled, do you want to know? If you do, then I'll tell you. Xian Gudian looked Yi Xian in the eyes, are you willing to tell me? Yi Xian smiled, if it was anyone else, then I wouldn't be willing. But if it's you who asked, then I'm willing. Xian Gudian frowned slightly, why? Yi Xian smiled, because Miss Tian treats me with sincerity, so I naturally have to treat you the same. Xian Gudian fell silent for a moment, and then she said, I want to know. Yi Xian moved closer to Xian Gudian and whispered, no one in this universe can take a single strike from me. Xian Gudian was stunned. Yi Xian smiled, and then he looked up at the dance on the platform. Xian Gudian remained silent for a moment, and then she asked, what about your family background? Yi Xian's expression was calm, and he had a faint smile on his face. The number one clan in the universe. Xian Gudian gazed at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Is he lying to me? Xian Gudian slowly closed her eyes. She didn't know. At this moment, she couldn't tell if Yi Xian was telling the truth or lying. At this moment, the president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion branch, Nanqing, suddenly walked onto the round stage, and the 6 dancing women immediately stopped. As the 6 women retreated, the veiled woman suddenly glanced at Yi Xian with a smile in the corner of her eyes. Nanqing glanced at everyone here. At this moment, there were over 100 people gathered here. Quite a lot. Nanqing smiled and said, thank you all for participating in this auction. Today, we will only be auctioning one divine item, the Divine Tao Code written by the chief editor of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As for this item, I haven't seen it before, but the Pavilion Master once said that anyone who cultivates this code will be invincible in the same realm. Fighting above realms will be as easy as drinking water, and they can even fight above 2 realms. At this point, he paused for a moment, and then he said, "Without further ado, let's begin. The starting price is 5 million universe veins." 5 million universe veins. Hearing this, Yi Xian sighed softly. Qin Guan. She really was a super rich woman. If he took this divine Tao code to the various universes and auctioned it off, he didn't dare to think about it. Now he knew why Qin Guan was called Qin Guan. Qin Guan's money box. Temple Master? No, he felt that calling him Jar Master was more appropriate. In just a short while, the price had already reached 15 million universe veins. Yi Xian blushed with shame when he saw this. When Dong Linan left, he had left him some universe veins. Including the ones he had obtained from the Fey Sky clan and the Celestial Mausoleum, he had less than 7 million universe veins. He had spent some before, so he still had about 6 million left. Clearly, this divine Tao code was not fated with him. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Under abnormal circumstances, was it necessary for him to buy the divine Tao code written by Qin Guan? Was it necessary? Naive. Soon, the divine Tao code had reached 2,000 universe veins. It had to be said that this was a sky-high price. In the hall, there were fewer and fewer people bidding. The one who bid the most was Yan Bianyue. This was because the Yan clan also did business, and it was very big. In the universe of gods, their business was only second to the celestial treasure pavilion, so they were very rich. When Yan Bianyue bid 2,800 universe veins, no one dared to bid any more. Seeing that no one was bidding, Nanqing was about to bring down the gavel. At this moment, Yan Bianyue suddenly stood up. He looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, I noticed that you didn't bid even once. You didn't come here to freeload, did you?" "I was just joking." "Don't be angry." Xian Gudian frowned when he saw Yan Bianyue targeting Yi Xian. He was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Young Master Yan, are you targeting me because of Lady Xian Gudian?" Yan Bianyue was stunned. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yi Xian to be so direct. Everyone here was stunned as well. They hadn't expected that Yi Xian would be so direct. Because they were able to discern that Yan Bianyue was targeting Yi Xian because of Xian Gudian. However, they usually didn't expose it. Yi Xian smiled faintly. He looked at Xian Gudian and said seriously, "Miss Gudian, she is a very, very good woman. Any man's heart would be moved by her, including me. After all, everyone loves beauty, and I can understand that. However, young Master Yan, if you're thinking of using such a despicable method to attract her attention or even make her like you, then you're gravely mistaken. Lady Yao isn't an ordinary person. She's a person with her own mind, and she's a person with a noble soul and character. Your actions are very despicable, and despicable people usually have despicable characters as well." As he spoke, he grinned, "I'll be frank. I'm not as rich as you, nor am I as strong as you, nor do I have a powerful background like yours. If you think that you can feel superior by stepping on me and show off in front of Lady Yao, then you've won." Everyone in the surroundings was speechless. Translator, Transin editor, Transin, let me ask you a question. If the only sword ends, then will all of you read other books every morning? Chapter 2293. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The people in the hall weren't ordinary people. Who in the hall didn't understand Yan Bianyue's earlier actions? Obviously, he wanted to trample on young Master Yi so that he could show off in front of the immortal ancient heaven and win the hearts of beautiful women. Everyone saw through it but didn't say it out loud. However, they hadn't expected Yi Xian to say it out loud. Awkward. Who was awkward? It was naturally Yan Bianyue. Everyone looked at Yan Bianyue like he was a clown. Many people looked at Yi Xian with admiration in their eyes. Regardless of strength or wealth, just his bearing, confidence, and wisdom weren't something ordinary people could possess. Behind the round platform, a woman wearing a veil was staring at Yi Xian. She was the leader of the dance earlier. The reason she'd paid special attention to Yi Xian was because she'd heard the conversation between Yi Xian and Xian Gudian. She'd heard respect and praise from Yi Xian. At this moment, a strange light flashed in her eyes when she heard Yi Xian's words. In a corner, a woman in black robes was looking at Yi Xian as well. She wore a black robe and a silver mask. Even though only her eyes and half of her face could be seen, just that half of her face was enough to make countless women pale in comparison. She was one of the two beauties of the universe of gods that were equally famous as the immortal ancient heaven, realm Lord Yunjia, Shenlan. She was also one of the top experts in the universe of gods. Shenlan suddenly said, "I want all the information on young Master Yi." A peerless expert behind her silently retreated. Yan Bianyue's expression was extremely unsightly. He froze on the spot and didn't know how to respond. That was too awkward. Meanwhile, Xian Gudian, who stood by Yi Xian's side, suddenly stood up and looked at Yan Bianyue. "Young Master Yi is my friend. If you're unhappy with him, then you're unhappy with me." Friend. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall instantly became strange. Hearing Xian Gudian's words, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Clearly, because of Xian Gudian's words, he would have many more enemies. But what did that matter? After hearing Xian Gudian's words, Yan Bianyue's expression became even more unsightly. He knew that immortal ancient heaven loathed him. Thinking of this, Yan Bianyu coldly looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, the Qing kingdom hurriedly came out to be the peacemaker. He smiled and said, "Everyone, is there anyone willing to pay a higher price? 30 million. Suddenly, a voice came from the corner. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned their heads to look. The one who made the bid was a woman in a black dress. It was Shenlan. However, there were very few people who had actually seen her. Hence, no one recognized her. Yan Bianyu glanced coldly at Shenlan, and then he said, 35 million. Shenlan was expressionless. 50 million. 50 million. These words caused an uproar in the hall. 50 million. 50 million wasn't a small number. No, it should be said that it was a huge sum. Even some extraordinary powers might not be able to produce such a sum. Even the rich and imposing celestial treasure pavilion, besides the pavilion master, no other branch would be able to produce such a sum. Yan Bianyu was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected that someone would directly bid 50 million. 50 million. Even the Yan family couldn't gather so many in a short period of time. Even if they did, it would be a huge blow to their foundation. Yan Bianyu's expression was incomparably unsightly. He knew that the Yan family was about to lose the divine path code. On the round platform, the Qing kingdom glanced around and said excitedly, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" The surroundings were silent. 50 million. Who else could bid? Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at Shenlan. 50 million. She's also a rich woman. At this moment, the Qing kingdom suddenly said, "Deal." Deal. As the Qing kingdom's voice fell, he immediately carried a box and walked toward Shenlan. Everyone's gazes were on the box. Some were greedy, some were envious, and even some were cold. However, no one dared to make a move. This was the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Who dared to steal something from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? They probably didn't want to live long. Nanqing carried the box and walked in front of Shenlan. He handed the box to Shenlan. "Miss, please accept it." Shenlan took out a storage ring and placed it in the Qing kingdom's hand. Then, she opened the box and picked up the divine path code. She flipped through it and was silent for a moment. Then, she suddenly closed it and said, "It's worth 100 million. After speaking, she turned and left. "It's worth 100 million. Everyone in the hall was in an uproar. It was clear that the value of the Divine Path Code was much higher than they had imagined. Yan Bianyu's expression was still unsightly. At this moment, he was a bit regretful. If he could really obtain this item, it could be a qualitative improvement for the Yan family. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. The Yan family could take out 50 million, but it would hurt them to the core and might even shake their foundation. In the end, Yan Bianyu sighed softly and turned to leave. However, before he left, he glanced coldly at Yi Xian, who was sitting with Xian Gu Tian in the distance. In the distance, Xian Gu Tian suddenly said, "My brother is getting married the day after tomorrow. Are you interested in coming?" Yi Xian was stunned. Getting married? Yan Bianyu nodded. With the Xian world's third miss. Yi Xian thought for a while. Then he said with a smile, "Okay." Yan Bianyu nodded slightly. "See you the day after tomorrow." After speaking, she stood up and left. Within the hall, Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he stood up and walked into the distance. He had originally wanted to find Nanqing, but he discovered that Nanqing had left at some point. Helpless, he could only find a manager of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. It was the pretty woman who had received him earlier. Yi Xian looked at the pretty woman in front of him and smiled slightly. "Please inform Nanqing's chairman that I'm looking for him." The pretty woman hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait a moment." After speaking, she turned around and left. In a certain room, Nanqing was talking with Yan Bianyu. When he saw the pretty woman enter, Nanqing immediately asked, "Is something the matter?" The pretty woman nodded slightly. "Young Master Yi requests an audience." "Young Master Yi." Nanqing was slightly stunned. "What young Master Yi?" The pretty woman hurriedly said, "The young Master Yi who is with Xian Gu Tian." Yan Bianyu's eyes instantly narrowed when he heard this. Nanqing hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is Miss Xian Gu Tian here as well?" The pretty woman shook her head. Nanqing immediately shook his head. "No." The pretty woman bowed slightly and left. Within the room, Yan Bianyu smiled lightly. "Chairman Nanqing, this isn't very good, right?" Nanqing smiled. "Young Master Yan, I'm more willing to be friends with you." It was obvious that he had chosen Yan Bianyu. However, this was normal. The Yan family was a large family, and many of their businesses had dealings with the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. It would be of great help to him. Yan Bianyu smiled. "Chairman Nanqing, we're very good friends." As he said this, he stood up. "I still have matters to attend to. Let's talk another day." Nanqing nodded slightly. "Young Master Yan, let's meet another day." Yan Bianyu cupped his fists and turned to leave. Outside, Yi Xian looked at the pretty woman in front of him. "He's not going?" The pretty woman nodded. She hesitated for a moment and said, "The chairman is with young Master Yan." "Yan Bianyu." Yi Xian smiled. "I understand." The pretty woman hesitated for a moment and said, "How about I notify you after young Master Yan leaves?" Yi Xian blinked. "What's your name?" The pretty woman was slightly stunned and then said softly, "Ah you." Yi Xian asked again, "How long have you been working here?" Ah you raised 3 fingers. 30 years. Yi Xian blinked. "You're still a small attendant?" Ah you nodded. "I think it's pretty good. I can learn a lot." Yi Xian smiled. "For example?" Ah you hesitated for a moment and then said, "For example, you can't judge a book by its cover." As she said this, she glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, young Master Yen is not an ordinary person. Yi Xian opened his palm. Hand. Yu was stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian grabbed Yu's hand. He looked at it for a moment and then smiled. Your palm is not bad. You should be promoted today. As he said this, he suddenly took out a token and placed it in Yu's hand. Do you recognize this? Yu glanced at the token in his hand and shook his head. No. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Show it to your chairman. Yu was a little hesitant. Yi Xian smiled. You've already gone in once. You're afraid that your chairman will be unhappy this time, right? Yu nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine, because he might not be the chairman anymore. Yu was stunned. A moment later, Yu nervously came to Nanqing's room. When he saw Yu, Nanqing frowned. That young man hasn't left yet? Yu nodded. Yes, Nanqing shook his head. This young man must be extraordinary to be able to be with Lady Immortal Ancient Heaven. However, I don't want to have anything to do with him. Do you know why? Yu shook her head. Nanqing smiled. Because he has already offended Yen Bianyue. Offending Yen Bianyue is offending the Yen family. Although he's fine for now, it won't be long before he dies. As he said this, he paused and then said, in our line of work, ability is not that important. What is important is judgment. You have to learn to choose sides. Many times, if you choose the wrong side, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. As he said this, he waved his hand. Let him go. If he is a smart person, he should know what my attitude is. Yu hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and walked in front of Nanqing. She placed the token on Nanqing's table. Yes. Chairman, this. When Nanqing saw the token, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, this. Where did you come from? Yu said, Yi. The young Master Yi who asked me to come. Before Yu could finish, Nanqing suddenly disappeared like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, Nanqing appeared in front of Yi Xian. Without any nonsense, his legs gave way and he knelt in front of Yi Xian. In a trembling voice, he said, Yi. Young Master Yi. As he said this, he kowtowed, not stopping even when his head was bleeding. Chapter 2294. Young Master Yi. At this moment, the entire Qing kingdom was shocked to the extreme. Who was Yi Xian? He was a very important guest of the Celestial Treasures Pavilion and a friend of Qin Guan. A friend. How many people in the universe of gods wanted to be friends with Qin Guan? However, no one in the universe of gods could be friends with Qin Guan. Most importantly, the person before him was young Master Yi. The young master of the number one clan in the universe, the Yang clan. Outsiders might not know of the Yang clan, but he did. Why? This was because Qin Guan had said during the meeting that in terms of power, only the Yang clan could pose a threat to the Celestial Treasures Pavilion. This was under the premise that the Swordmaster was Yi Xian's father. If Yi Xian's father was included, then the Yang clan was invincible. The green-robed Swordmaster. Who was this green-robed Swordmaster? The person Qin Guan called uncle. Thinking of this, Nanqing was extremely shocked. He had never been so afraid. At this moment, he wanted to die. He wanted to die easily. When Yu came out and saw Nanqing kowtowing, she was stunned. What was going on? It should be known that Nanqing's status in the universe of gods was very high. Even the leaders of the major powers had to be polite when they saw him because he represented the Celestial Treasures Pavilion. However, at this moment, Nanqing was kowtowing in front of Yi Xian like a dog. Yu's mind was blank. Yi Xian was expressionless. Let's talk somewhere else. With that, he walked into the distance. Behind him, Nanqing did not get up. Instead, he knelt and followed Yi Xian. The people of the Celestial Treasures Pavilion were all dumbfounded. In the room, Yu lowered her head slightly. Her body trembled nervously. Yi Xian sat. In front of him was Nanqing. Nanqing was still kneeling in front of Yi Xian. His forehead was deformed from kowtowing. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Get up. Nanqing hesitated for a moment and then slowly rose, but his body was still bent. Yi Xian said directly, I want to see Miss Qin Guan. Nanqing immediately took out a token and crushed it. Soon, the space in front of Yi Xian trembled slightly. Before long, Qin Guan appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Qin Guan stood in a sea of clouds. Behind her was an extremely huge golden hall. Qin Guan blinked when he saw Yi Xian, and then he smiled and said, Young Master Yi, long time no see. Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, It has indeed been a long time. Qin Guan suddenly looked at the pen on Yi Xian's waist. When she saw the pen, she was slightly stunned. Then she gave it a thumbs up and said, Awesome. Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan smiled and said, Is there something you need from me? Yi Xian nodded and said, Can you give me 2 copies of your Divine Path Codex? I'm very interested. But I can't afford it. Qin Guan smiled and said, All right. After saying that, she opened her palm. Suddenly, the space-time in front of Yi Xian split open. Then, 5 copies of the Divine Path Codex appeared in front of him. 5 copies. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, That's too much. Qin Guan smiled and said, If it's too much, then you can keep it. There's no use for me to keep it anyway. As for selling it for money, I'll just sell it casually. In any case, I have no interest in money. Yi Xian's expression froze and then he smiled bitterly. Apart from his big brother and father, the only one who could act tough in front of Yi Xian was this Qin Guan. The first 2 used their strength to act tough, but this one in front of him used money to act tough. In any case, he couldn't win against her. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and said, I established an academy. Qin Guan was curious and said, An academy? Yi Xian nodded and said, It's called Guan Xian Academy. It's named after us. You don't mind, right? Qin Guan smiled and said, I don't mind. Young Master Yi, when I met you today, I noticed that you've changed a little. Yi Xian smiled and said, I want to expand the academy. When the time comes, I might need your help. Qin Guan nodded and said, All right. Yi Xian smiled and said, As far as I know, you also opened an academy. Aren't you afraid that I'll compete with you? Qin Guan shook her head and said, I didn't open an academy for profit. Yi Xian nodded and said, I understand. Qin Guan blinked and said, Is there anything else? If not, then I'm going to steal. No, I'm going to go archaeology. Yi Xian frowned and said, Archaeology? Qin Guan nodded and said, Yes. I'm especially interested in some historical sites. Young Master Yi, let's talk another day. I'm busy now. Bye-bye. With that, she waved her hand, and then she disappeared. Yi Xian was speechless and speechless. At the side, Nanqing was trembling. The relationship between young Master Yi and Pavilion Master Qin was really not ordinary. He was such an idiot. Nanqing wished he could slap himself to death. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, President Nanqing, I want to remove you from your position as president. Do you have any objections? Nanqing quickly knelt and said, No. No. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Forget it. I was just joking." Nanqing was stunned. Yi Xian glanced at Yu and said with a smile, "This young lady is not bad." Nanqing quickly said, "From now on, Yu is the vice president." Vice president. Yi Xian smiled and got up to pat Nanqing lightly. "President Nanqing, don't bully her." He still did not make Yu the president. He could see that this girl's foundation was too shallow. It would not be a good thing for her to become the president immediately. Nanqing was sweating profusely. "No. I wouldn't dare." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. I'm different from my father. My father likes to kill people. I'm different. I like to win people over with virtue." After saying that, he turned and left. Nanqing immediately bowed and said, "Farewell, young Master Yi." "Farewell, young Master Yi." After Yi Xian left for a long time, Nanqing stood up. After standing up, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. It was as if his entire body had been sucked out. Beside him, Yu hesitated and said, "President." "Young Master Yi, he." Nanqing said softly, "It's young Master Yi." Yu was puzzled. "Young Master Yi? What power?" Nanqing said with a trembling voice, "The Yang clan." Yu frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. "I've never heard of it." Nanqing looked at Yu. "All the powers in the universe of gods added together are **T in front of the Yang clan." Yu was shocked. That's strong?" Nanqing said again, "No, it's worse than **T. Yu was speechless. After leaving Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yi Xian sat in his small carriage and returned to Guanxian Academy. However, Yi Xian did not notice that when he left, a woman from Celestial Treasure Pavilion was staring at him. It was the veiled woman who had led the dance earlier. At this moment, a young girl walked in front of the woman. "Miss," the veiled woman's expression was calm. "Got it." After saying that, she turned and left. In the carriage, Yi Xian was half lying down. In his hand, he held an ancient book. It was the Divine Tao Code. It had to be said that Yi Xian was somewhat shocked. What was the Divine Tao Code? It was divine arts, Tao techniques, and Dharma spells. It was equivalent to divine arts. However, this Divine Tao Code recorded everything in detail. Moreover, it was classified. All the divine arts in the world were in this Divine Tao Code. The most terrifying thing was that there were some divine arts, Tao techniques, and Dharma spells created by Qin Guan. As the mysterious woman had said, this Divine Tao Code was worth over 100 million universe meridians. Yi Xian suddenly sighed softly. What a rich woman. She made me, this second generation, rich. Want to live off a woman. At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked up into the distance. Not far in front of him stood a woman wearing a silver mask in a black dress. This woman was the mysterious woman who had won the Divine Tao Code. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then he said, "Miss, what's the matter?" Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. "Can we talk?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, he sat up and patted the spot beside him. In the next moment, Yi Xian sensed a wave of fragrance assault him. Then Shenlan was sitting by his side. Shenlan looked at the ancient book in Yi Xian's hand. Her pupils constricted when she saw its contents, and then she turned to look at Yi Xian. Undisguised disbelief could be seen in the depths of her peerlessly beautiful eyes. Yi Xian noticed that Shenlan was acting strangely, so he immediately put the Divine Tao Code away and smiled. "Miss, is something the matter?" Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. "Why do you have this book?" Yi Xian smiled. I want it. Shenlong asked. Pavilion Master Qin. Yi Xian nodded. Shenlong asked again. She gave it to you? Yi Xian nodded. Shenlong continued to ask, what's your relationship with her? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, friend. Friend. Shenlong was silent for a long time. Why do you answer when I ask? Yi Xian smiled. My heart is open. There's nothing that I can't say. Shenlong looked at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian said, Yi Xian. Shenlong narrowed her eyes. Where are you from? Yi Xian smiled. Qingcheng. Shenlong asked again, why did you come to the universe of gods? Yi Xian said, I originally came to inherit my family's assets. Now, I'm here to establish an academy. Shenlong was silent for a moment. Guanxian Academy? Yi Xian nodded. Shenlong asked again, your identity? Yi Xian smiled. You want to ask about the person behind me, right? Shenlong nodded. Yi Xian smiled. My father is the green-shirt Swordmaster, the founder of the Yang clan. My sister is Tianming. I usually call her Qing. She doesn't even know how strong she is. I also have an elder brother who seeks defeat everywhere. I don't know where he is now. But if someone shouts I'm invincible, to the endless universe, he might come out. Shenlong looked at Yi Xian. Is what you said true? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think? Shenlong was silent. Yi Xian smiled. What else do you want to ask? Shenlong was silent for a moment. What realm are you in? Yi Xian thought for a moment. As long as I want to, I can reach any realm. Shenlong narrowed her eyes. Yi Xian turned to look at Shenlong. You don't believe me? Shenlong was silent. Yi Xian smiled. Then he said, is there anything else you want to ask? After a moment of silence, Shenlong asked the same question she had asked before, why do you answer whenever I ask? Yi Xian thought for a long time. I want to establish an academy. Shenlong asked. And then? Yi Xian smiled. Only the sincerity of the world can be the great scripture of the world, the foundation of the world, and the cultivation of heaven and earth. Sincerity starts from me, the Dean. Shenlong was silent for a long time. From the beginning to the end, there is not a word of truth. It's all flowery. After saying that, she stood up and left. Yi Xian's expression froze. Work hard to save manuscripts. I don't write very fast. Please forgive me. Try to save as many manuscripts as possible and then explode. I will do my best to write more and better. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.